Guys ready? You ready? I'd like to call to order the meeting of the King George County School Board. We have an invocational prayer by Scott Bolton from Oakland Baptist Church.
Thank you. Would you pray with me? Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. God, today is a day that you have made. May we find joy in it and be glad in it. God, we would like to take a moment to remember those who lost their lives to a senseless act of evil last week. God, I pray that you would continue to protect our campuses, God, from those who wish to do harm to our students and to our faculty. God, we pray for wisdom tonight. God, we pray that you would remind those who've been called to this vocation, to this special calling, to continue to educate our students so they might become the future workers, first responders, laborers, professionals, educators, leaders of our nation. God, most of all, I pray that tonight, this evening, God, that our hearts would speak and think out of an act of humility, seeking the betterment of others. God, I pray that the words of our mouths and the meditations of our hearts be pleasing in your sight, O God, our rock and our Redeemer. It's in your glorious name and for your Son's name we pray. Amen.
Would you please stand for the pledge? The NJROTC will be leading us in the pledge and remain standing for a moment of silence.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. All right, let's hear a little bit from the NJROTC.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Lieutenant Commander Savannah Nelson. I'm the commanding officer of Fox Company. Fox Company is off to a great start this year. Currently, we have about 140 cadets in our program, 60 of which are freshmen, our NS1s. This year is full of motivated and dedicated cadets that are ready to challenge themselves and grow as individuals and as a team. We have significant events coming up, one of which is our Area Manager's Inspection, AMI. This is where the area manager will come in and he will inspect our unit's performance. We invite you all to join us on that day of November 20th. For further information, please contact Major Callahan. Our color guard is also off to an excellent start. We have an invitation to present the colors at the Washington Commanders game this October. We're extremely excited for this opportunity, and we are excited that we got invited back for a second year of this. Currently, we are focusing on helping our freshmen feel comfortable in the program while strengthening the bond within our unit, as well as instilling the importance of community service and volunteerism amongst our units and cadets. We are doing this by continuing to volunteer at Love Thy Neighbor every Saturday, as well as raising money by cleaning up at football games and other events to provide families with a Thanksgiving meal this holiday season. We're also excited to participate in Adopt a Family this holiday season as well. Each cadet is excited for the year ahead and eager to develop their leadership and personal skills through these experiences. We look forward to working alongside our community and our school to ensure a great year and strengthen our unit while ensuring each cadet has the opportunity to grow and develop. Recently, our juniors and seniors went on a trip to West Virginia where they took part in activities such as whitewater rafting and other obstacles. This was a great way to build camaraderie and build that relationship between our cadets that our younger cadets will look forward to as they progress in the program. And now I'm going to pass it over to the unit's executive officer, Lieutenant Shelby Yee, to further discuss our unit this year.
Good evening, I'm Cadet Lieutenant Shelby Yee. I am the executive officer of King George NJROTC and second in command of our unit. In our unit, we host multiple events and go on multiple field trips to really build camaraderie amongst our cadets. Like my commanding officer was just talking about, we had our field trip to West Virginia, which was really beneficial for all the cadets that went and was a really exciting trip. Um, our unit goes on multiple field trips a year. Soon we're going to go on our field trip to the Virginia Beach Air Show that we'll be doing on the 20th. The week after, we'll be hosting our annual homecoming cookout right before the game for our cadets and their families, which always has a good turnout for us. We'll also be participating in the King George Fall Festival again this year with our color guard and our float. And our unit has two teams. We have the drill team and the air rifle team. Both have started practices this year and have started off on a good start. Last year, our teams had a really successful year. Drill took 7th out of 30 schools in our area, and air rifle had a place at nationals for them. And yes, King George NJRTC is a great program. It encourages students to get out of their shell and teaches them how to be good leaders and followers. And we also make it a point to give back to the community. And I'm very proud of the direction our unit is going in, and we're looking forward to another successful year. And with that, my CEO and I thank you for your time and your support in giving us this opportunity to talk about our program. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, hold on, just, go ahead.
If we could, we have these leadership cards that we would like to send this out to each of you.
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
Wait, board members, you have any questions for him? Well, first of all, thank you very much. It's an honor that you're here, and it's also what a privilege it is to hear what you're accomplishing here at King George County Schools. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
Oh, was there something somebody wanted to say? Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. While they're passing those out. This is the time for public comment. If you have not signed up for public comment, please see the clerk now. You can even do so while I'm speaking. Right over there's a sign-up sheet. If you haven't signed up, please do so. Public comment is a time for the community to present matters that they believe deserve the board's attention. Comments are one-way communication from the community member to the school board and are not a forum for dialogue or debate. The school board applies the following procedures to all speakers and does not discriminate based on identity of the speaker. The content of the speech or the viewpoint of the speaker. Comments should be presented in a courteous, respectful, and appropriate manner. The public shall address the school board only on matters that are related to the services and policies of the school division. Speeches that are a disruption to the meeting, promote private business ventures, involve threats of any kind, involve intimidating language, relate to public office campaigns, involve complaints identifying individual students, or personal attacks on staff members is prohibited. Proper decorum and the provisions of this procedural directive are expected to be followed at all public meetings of the school board. The members of the audience shall conduct themselves in the same manner as outlined above for the individual speakers and shall not disrupt the open public meeting of the school board nor incite others to do so. At the discretion of the chair, any person violating the rules listed above may be asked to leave the board meetings. When recognized by the chair, speakers will be asked to identify themselves by name, state their relationship to the school division, such as student, parent, community member, etc., and indicate which magisterial district they reside in. Commentary during public comment is limited to 3 minutes, and our first speaker is Holly Roberts.
Hi, Holly Roberts, James Madison District. I'm a taxpayer. The appeal was not properly addressed at the last meeting. The age and grade ratings for the books were not even discussed. School library journal ratings were totally missing. Not even a single sentence from the appeal was included in the board packet, read aloud, or discussed. The checkout process was not part of the appeal. The appeal addressed the ratings for the books, showing they belong at the high school. The American Library Association says both books belong in high school libraries, not in middle school libraries. This is misleading, and not having this information greatly impacted the outcome of the vote. The appeals should be revisited and added to the agenda tonight. I will read the ratings for the two books at the middle school now since you didn't want to. For Sold, the King George Middle School Library Card Catalog says this book is interest grade level 9 through 12. School Library Journal says this book is for grades 9 up. The American Library Association and Book List say this book is for grades 9 through 12. They also say that the book's audio version is for grades 9 through 12. And the Book Looks review rating is 5 of 5 aberrant content and not for minors under 18 years of age. For TTFN, the King George Middle School Library Card Catalog says this book is, quote, interest grade level 9 through 12, Media Log Incorporated. This book has an age rating of 15 plus by Common Sense Media, educational value, lowest rating, positive messages, lowest rating, positive role models, lowest rating, etc. School Library Journal says this book is for grades 9 through 11. The American Library Association and Book List say this book is for grades 10 through 12. As a reminder, we didn't elect you to represent the librarians and the radical left. We elected you to represent us, the conservative county of King George. You ignored what the majority of your constituents wanted, and if this is the way you're going to run the public schools, we should never vote to add another public school here. This whole process has been a joke from the start, and you all have allowed it. The committee reviews included the middle school librarians as scoring members, so there was a huge conflict of interest because they chose the books in the first place. We all know the principal refused to label the books sexually explicit, even though they clearly were. We're not allowed to read the books at the meetings because they're too sexually explicit, vulgar, and have too much profanity. But for some reason, you all say that they're okay for 11-year-olds. Then, when the two books are appealed to the school board, you don't even discuss the age and grade ratings for the books. Is this what we're in for? I'm never voting for a new public school here, and this was a joke of a process and an appeal. So I hope that you revisit the appeal, actually address it, read the age and grade ratings, add it to the agenda tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Colin Roberts.
My name is Colin Roberts, and I reside in the Madison district. That's Kathy Hoover's district. I want to take this moment to thank Ed Frank for his service on the school board and the fact that he very much listened to his own morals and he did not compromise in the situations on the 19th. I also want to thank Matt Rolls for all the years that he has served on this school board. He has fought for conservative values, which is what that represents the conservatives that live in King George. There's a lot of conservatives that live in King George, and we really appreciate all the time that you've spent and all the thankless hours and fighting for what's right. I really appreciate that, Mr. Rolls. You'll be talking about a selection process for the school library materials tonight. In this document, the librarians say that they use the Book List, which is the American Library Association School Library Journal, and others while selecting materials. Since Book List and the American Library Association and the School Library Journal give grade level ratings for the books, then number 6 on the document that you're going to discuss tonight should address the grade level of the students that will be considered. So that's something you should think about adding or an addendum to your document. The library selection criteria doesn't mention ordering sexually explicit material for kids. That's the problem that we're dealing with. That's the thing that this should address. It's not in there. Or considering excessive profanity. For an example, you have materials right now that are in the middle school that use the F word nearly 200 times. Or materials that sensationalize pedophilia or bestiality. Those are in your schools as well. Or lewd and vulgar sex acts. Those are not addressed in your new policy. It's not going to fix the problem. That needs to be added in order for us to move forward and actually protect our children. I do want to address Kathy Hoover, as she is my representative, and how she didn't seem to listen to her constituents who were very clear about what they wanted done in this situation. There's 30% of the county that is never going to vote for you. They don't like you. They don't like what you represent. There is 70% of the county, however, that really wants to fight with you and wants to be a part of this with you, right? We back you 100%, right? That's the 70% of the county that voted for you. Finally, I got some advice from my father one time. He said, don't worry about someone's opinion of you if you wouldn't go to that person for advice in the first place, right? So that's something that we're starting to see is listening to people or listening to the crowd, even though those people you wouldn't ever listen to for anything else. We have a chance to change this county's education system for the better. Don't miss that chance. Lead, follow, or get out of the way and let someone who is going to uphold true conservative values in King George, which
Thank you.
represents the majority here.
Thank you. Reverend Davis?
My name is Pastor Davis. I vote in the Dalton District, and I've been pastor in Tabernacle Baptist Church for about 47 years now. Appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight. Reading to you from the book of the Revelation. I'm not mad at anybody but the devil. And I'm thankful for the opportunity. And truth of the matter is, the devil's real, and I try to be mad at anybody else, because if I do, that stuff will kill you. But anyway, Revelation chapter 21, the Bible says, and I heard a great voice out of heaven saying, behold, the tabernacle of God is with men, and he will dwell with them, and they shall be his people, and God himself shall be with them and be their God. And God shall wipe away all tears, hallelujah, from their eyes, and there shall be no more death, neither sorrow nor crying, neither shall there be any more pain, for the former things are passed away. And he that sat upon the thrones said, behold, I make all things new. And he said unto me, write, talking about John, write these things, or these words are true and faithful. The truth is that we are a broken people. This room is filled with broken people. Our highways are filled with broken people. Our churches are filled with broken people. Sin has caused a great problem in this world, not only in King George, but the whole world. God made man in the beginning, and man lived with God in God's presence. And men was created to look like God. Man was created to love like God. And man was created to live with God. Something happened. It's called sin. And because of man's sin, we have been separated from God. And so people are living with God now. They live with God out of God's, but God is still present, but he's not living with him as they were before. They're living without God, separated. Genesis chapter 3. Men could no longer love like God. Men could no longer look like God. And men could no longer be with God or live with God. The fact of the matter is, sin caused a great casualty. So the wages of sin certainly is death, separation from God. Death is, of course, life is short because of sin. Death is sure. Sin is the cause, and Christ is the cure for our problem. And so the verses I just read said that he's going to fix things one day for all those who trust him, for all those who believe in the Lord Jesus Christ and what he accomplished for us on Calvary's cross. He made atonement that we could be forgiven. And I want to see everybody. I got a problem. I want to see everybody go to heaven. Isn't that amazing? And all they have to do is believe on the Lord Jesus Christ, just like I did 53 years ago as an old warlock, motorcycle gang member, drug head, drunkard. I just said, I heard a message, Jesus saves. And I said, I'll take that. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. Jacob Girding?
Good evening. My name is Jacob Girding. I'm an elementary school librarian, advocacy chair in Maryland Association of School Librarians, and a resident of the Dahlgren District. I'm here today to discuss pending changes to the library collection development policy. First, however, I would like to thank you for a stance you took on standing up for intellectual freedom, as well as the First Amendment rights of students and their families vast meeting. While I don't personally agree with the content of the books, the law is indeed the law. However, I am here today to discuss the changes to a collection development policy. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not offering legal advice. But I'm looking at policy and seeing that only middle and high school lists are being made available for review by the community. And to me, that reeks of viewpoint-based and content-based discrimination and violation of the Constitution. I took the opportunity to review the list of books being purchased for a middle school library this quarter. I saw there was an opportunity for a community to provide feedback. Here's the problem with that. If you remove a book from a list because a member of the community doesn't like it, that's a violation of the First Amendment rights of every student and family through a heckler's veto. I've heard rumors the feedback will not result in a change in the book orders, but if that's the case, what's the point of the feedback? Not only has the Supreme Court ruled in cases such as Mahoney Area School District v. BL and Gregory v. Chicago, among others, that the very concept of the heckler's veto is unconstitutional, but a federal district court case related to libraries spoke on this issue in Some versus City of Wichita Falls, Texas, saying that availing 300 people out of a city of 100,000 has signed petitions and moved books from the children's section to the adult section unconstitutionally confers a heckler's veto on the complaining patrons, effectively permitting them to veto lawful protected free speech. How many people need to say they don't like a book on the list? 1, 100? Either way, it's a heckler's veto that would put this district and this community right back where we were at the last board meeting. The U.S. and Virginia Supreme Courts in Virginia versus American Booksellers Association ruled the First Amendment does not permit a majority to dictate to discrete segments of the population the value that may be found in various pieces of work. Even a minority view among reasonable people that a work has value may protect that book from being judged obscene. At the last meeting, despite referring to obscenity and harmful juvenile statutes, the people using it proved they don't understand what the law means and how to apply it. It concerns me that the people that don't understand the law may be able to invoke it in a way that violates the rights of students and families to access constitutionally protected material in school libraries that otherwise meets the collection development criteria. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Girding. All right, we have superintendent's comment or response.
Excuse me, I have an email to read from a resident
Oh,
for public comment.
about public comment?
Yes.
Okay, be sure to give the name to
Oh,
the secretary.
I apologize. Oops.
That's okay. Go ahead.
Is that?
Go ahead. Yeah, we're still going to start the clock, Ms. Hoover.
Okay. My name is James Roberts, and I'm a resident of Madison Precinct. After sitting through the discussion of the appeals of 2 books in the middle school library at the last school board meeting, I was surprised to see that the appeal was not even read during the discussion. After witnessing this, I checked the read-ahead package for the meeting, and the appeals were also not included in that read-ahead package. How can anyone justly decide on an appeal without reading it? I believe that the appeals should have actually been read at the school board meeting and provided to the school board members in the read-ahead package. This would have focused the discussion on the specifics of the appeals. Since this was not done, I believe that an injustice has occurred to the individual that submitted the appeals as well as to the rest of the public. I request that you revisit the appeals and this time read the appeals before discussing and making a decision on them. I did track down a copy of the appeals, so I have included excerpts from those appeals. Reading them publicly here today is a good step in providing due process. Recommendation for challenge material TTFN by Lauren Miracle. School board members, I am appealing this decision to you. I believe this book at King George Middle School is sexually explicit per policy IIA, lewd, vulgar, profane, and age inappropriate. Please adhere to the following age grade recommendations. The King George Middle School Library card catalog says this is interest grade level 9 through 12 Media Log Inc. This book has an age rating of 15 plus by Common Sense Media. Educational value, lowest rating. Positive messages, lowest rating. Positive role models, lowest rating. School Library Journal says this book is for grades 9 through 11. Even the ALA book list says this book is for grades 10 through 12. Recommendation for challenge material sold by Patricia Cormick. School board members, I am appealing this decision to you. I believe this book at King George Middle School is sexually explicit per policy IIA, graphic descriptions of child rape, men raping little girls, sexual slavery, child and adult prostitution, child sex trafficking, brothel, birth control, etc., and the not appropriate for middle school. Please adhere to the following age grade recommendations. The King George Metal KGMS Library Card Catalog says this is interest grade level 9 through 12. School Library Journal says this book is for grades 9 and up. Even the ALA book list says this book is for grades 10 through 12.
Thank you. All right, Dr. Boyd, response or comment?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you all. I appreciate everyone coming out this evening. I do want to say, while we have them in the audience, thank you to our librarians. You guys have worked diligently over the past couple of weeks. I've had a front row seat to see a lot of the work that they've been doing. They've been working through many of the emails we've received concerning the content of some of our library books. When I'm telling you they're putting in the hours right now, they are diligently putting in the hours, really trying to update our collection and make sure things are adhere to our sexually explicit policy. I won't talk too much at this moment about our selection procedure. As you see, that's on the agenda that we'll discuss later on tonight. I just want to say thank you to you all for staying engaged in this conversation. Please continue to stay engaged in our public schools. There's a ton of great things going on right now. As you just heard from our NGRTC program, you'll hear a number of other great things going on tonight. But again, thank you for your continued support with our school librarians. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Boyd. Changes to the agenda, school board members?
Yes, I got a few. So first, noticing, since it is on the agenda, and I can just take care of it when it gets to that part, and we make the motion to go to closed session. We need to add something, but I can just add that when I read it. That is just to add discussion about the performance of school board employees.
Speak up just a little bit, Mr. Rolls.
All right, so that was a change to the motion to go to closed session, which I can just handle when we get there. And then also under the consent agenda, and perhaps just mention it then too, but noticing that there's work session minutes for May 15th that.
Yeah, we've already talked about that. We're going to just automatically move both the work session and the closed session from May 15th to the next board meeting because there were mistakes made. But thank you.
And also I'd like to add discussion and going over the minutes from April. Our joint session with the Board of Supervisors saw that there was a motion there to revisit the budget in August based on spending at that point. So we never actually talked about that. So just like that, add that as a discussion item. And then I'll just mention that also there were some requests here to add the book appeals to the agenda tonight. I'm not doing that. Just, obviously I'm not in a position to do that, but asking if anybody else can respond to that.
You want to cross that off for discussion? Is that what you said?
Well, there were some public comment requests for adding the book appeals to the agenda. So
You mean on the agenda right now, the appeal process? Is that what you were? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
so
as you had last time wanted to talk about the appeal process.
I'm referring to the public comment that was just made. So I'm not adding it because I'm not in a position to do that.
So you're not
I voted
adding.
last time. I'm just asking if anybody else is considering that.
No, what he's saying is that. So you want to leave it like it is?
Well, it's different. What's on the discussion right now is talking about process by which we accept appeals or deny them.
That's what Matt said Mr. Roll said last time. He wanted to talk about a process of whether we would accept appeals, kind of like the Supreme Court does. We could. Oh, yeah, if that's what you. Is that what you'd like? Yeah. Okay. All right, then we'll just leave it. Okay. All right. All right. We'll just leave it where it is. Appeal process. But it's a little different. I understand.
I would consider that as a separate topic. Right. Versus like appealing those two books. I think if you wanted to talk about those again, we'd have to.
So you're saying that you want to talk about those two books again?
I'm not going to say that because, I was the one dissenting vote. So there's no point in me adding it. It's only if somebody else wanted to.
Okay. So Mr. Rolls, But your discussion of the appeal process, in other words, voting on whether we accept an appeal, you want to scratch that particular thing.
No, it's on the agenda. That's
You
fine.
want to keep that? Okay. So do you want to, that would be a separate one though.
Right. And I'm not gonna,
Okay, what he's saying is this is his, what Mr. Rolls wanted to talk about, which is not the two books. That's just the appeal process. What you're saying is you want to simply add that to that since it's already on the agenda. Well, no, what he's talking about, it doesn't matter what the appeal is. It could be about something totally different. And okay. All right, so you want to, Ms. Hoover, do you want to include that? You understand what's happening here? All right. From what I understand, Mr. Rolls, last time, he had asked that he wanted to discuss about the appeal process, not about the two books, but about the process of appealing to a school board. There was a suggestion which we didn't vote on. It was part of what this agenda would be, and that is that if appeal came to the board after it had already been to Dr. Boyd, we could make a decision based on possibly voting as to whether we would accept that appeal. That has nothing to do with these books. It's about the process of appealing to the board. So that's what Mr. Rolls wanted. What? Go ahead.
I think that when we discuss the weeding process and the selective process, it's going to adjust things already as it is. And then if it doesn't, then maybe just, but
Yeah, but that's about the books. This is not,
no, yeah. He brought up because he's not going to
it's nothing to do with the books.
make a motion to do it. Can you even make a motion?
Yeah,
I could ask to put it on the agenda, but there's no point since that was the dissenting vote. So the question is like, we were asked to re-litigate essentially.
Because you're putting the
both
pressure on
and-
one of us to bring up these book issues again, along with Holly Roberts.
And if the answer is no, then the answer is no. It's fine.
Well, I didn't say it's no, but if you're the one that they're looking up to and feel like you're listening to them, maybe you should make the,
okay, the bottom line is, first of all, two things here. One is, Mr. Rolls, forget about the books for a minute. Do you want to keep this discussion of the appeal process that I just described?
Yes.
Okay. Number two, do we want to add another item to talk about these two books again? Ms. Hoover? Mr. Rolls?
I'm not going to weigh in on that since I voted last
Are
time.
you abstaining?
Yeah.
Frank?
I think we should talk about these two books again. However, not tonight. We need some more information. Not information. We need some more guidelines and policies that we're going to implement.
The answer is no.
Not tonight.
Same. All right, so yeah, we're not going to add then the discussion of the two books. We can look more at some of the things that were brought up in public comment. So we will talk about Mr. Rolls wanting to do the appeal process just like it's already on there. All right, any other changes to the agenda? All right, we added the budget from the joint session that we were supposed to talk about in August. And Dr. Boyd, obviously that will refer a lot to you. Hopefully you'll be ready to discuss that a little bit.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Moving on. We have presentations, Community Eligibility Program, CEP presentation. Ms. Davis.
Hello, everyone. Chair, board, Dr. Boyd. I'm so excited. Community Eligibility Provision, better known as CEP. What is CEP? An alternative and collecting household applications for free and reduced price meals in high poverty school divisions and schools. Allows schools with a high percentage of low income children to be served meals at no cost to all enrolled students. Eligible schools divisions agree to serve all students lunch and breakfast at no cost for 4 consecutive school years. independent student percentage, known as ISP, it has been dropped to 25%. And before we leave this little part, this has been a concern of the community that all the schools probably qualified at 25%, so why didn't we do them? And all the schools did qualify. We have schools that are 29%. But the problem is that we take that 25% and we multiply it by 1.6. That means 40% of the students that eat each day, they will be covered through the CEP, which means my reimbursement will cover those students. But the 60% of the students, me and the school board would have to come up with a way to cover that loss of income. So I have explained it to parents that have called, but it is a major concern since it was posted in a Freelance Star that 25% eligibility is possible, and people knew that we had that.
So clarification on that point. So it's 1.6 times whatever percentage we have, right? So if it's 30%, then we would get more money,
So
higher percentage.
right.
1.6 times that.
Well, so it's 1.6. It starts at 25%. We at King George Elementary are at 48%, which puts us up to receiving 64% coverage from reimbursement. And I have other ways to recoup the other 34%. And that is like doing we're doing a dinner program. So that the money that we make from that, from reimbursement, that will cover the shortfall if we have it with this. But I really don't think we will. Benefits of CEP. It reduces administrative burden with no meal applications, verification and tracking of unpaid debt. Increase in student participation and revenue, more time to focus on nutrition, increased quality, and customer service.
A question on that, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
So you say increase student participation and revenue. How does it increase revenue?
Increases revenue because for the 64% of the students, I will be receiving a reimbursement of $4.43 for every student that eats. And the summer feed program, we made almost 100,000 off of that. So what I have left from that also goes to this program. A la carte, that goes to this program. So actually, when we figured it out, well, we'll get to that page. Data matching. The other thing that concerned parents was, how are we getting these figures? How do we get this ISP? The ISP comes from Direct Cert, which is social services. So the data matching from other means tested programs such as SNAP, TANF, is used to determine the school's level of eligibility. But that also is homeless. It is, I can't think right now, but homeless is another portion of this that will cover it. Foster care, that also, those numbers are also built into this ISP. A school must have 25% or more students certified free meals without an application, and that's called an ISP. The division may implement community eligibility in one school. So we don't have to do all 5 schools. We can pick the school that we will not go in the red with, even though all the other schools qualified. I mean, it's just smart business to look at how you're not going to go in the red. Of course, my goal, I'm hoping before I retire is to have at least all 3 of the elementary schools in this program. And I think we're going to get there when I look at what the ISPs are right now. But we use the April ISP to determine which schools will qualify. The school and or division claims a total number of meals served and receives free reimbursement based on the ISP. And the multiple factor is 1.6. And these are just some of the programs that will benefit just from King George being a CEP school, and that's Title I, let's see, Title I requirements are successfully implemented in divisions across Virginia and the nation when CEP is elected. The VDO Title I coordinator can provide one-on-one technical assistance and guidance on Title I impact. And then these are just some of the guidance that we can look at to see what other programs will benefit from just this one school being CEP. Application and notification. SFAs, that's me, complete the direct certification matching and reporting requirements and determine each school's ISP. Complete a financial analysis to determine the viability. Submit application and to VOD for an individual school, group or groups, or division-wide by June 30th. Once approved, the CEP application is in effect for 4 years. So we have 4 years. So what happens in those 4 years is, as like at King George Elementary, their ISP, when I looked at it today, has already reached 50%. So as it increases, so does the amount of students that will be covered and will be reimbursed for. The school division notifies families and students attending the CEP schools that lunch is free, breakfast and lunch are free, and are served at no cost. And we have done all of this. King George County Schools is eligible to participate in CEP for an individual school. The King George Elementary School has an IEP of 44.85. By the time I multiply that by the multiplier, the free claiming percentage is 63.57, which we go up to 64%. The VDOE and SNCP federal requirement estimator was used to estimate the level of the federal reimbursement received under CEP and found positive results. So these are the figures that have me excited. Okay, so the current monthly reimbursement, these figures are from last year. So what I did was looked at I didn't do monthly, I did a year. So for King George Elementary, our revenue was $171,873. The estimated CEP reimbursement is $265,000 and $200. The difference of $93.26. And why I'm excited is this, because before I came here, I have not looked at this up until today when I was like, boy, what are we doing? I took last year's August and we served 7,672 meals last year in August. This year in August, we served 10,195 meals just at King George Elementary. So yes, it will pay for itself. We definitely, my estimated with the breakfast and the lunch is that we should clear $128,374.
Yes.
So even though it's less than, somewhere between 20 and 50% of the kids are eligible, they're paying enough money for those that it actually covers everybody?
Yes. Everybody at King George, it will cover them and we won't have to come out of any money. But just in case we're gonna come out, I did set aside money from the excess spending, just in case.
Said everybody in King George. You mean everybody in King George Elementary?
Everybody at King George Elementary, sorry. So really, our next steps are just to redo this process again. We don't have to do anything for 4 years, but if you want your money to look better, then you should do it every 4 years because it's increasing. Our ISP is increasing.
Thank you very much. Any questions, board members? First of all, this is great news. Thank you for all your work, research, and the way you stay on top of things, Ms. Davis. Well done. Any questions by anybody?
Yes, Anita. Yes, you said we get back 128,756. Where does it go?
You said, where does it go?
Yeah,
Oh, it's our reimbursement. It goes back into the cafeteria fund.
and is spent,
It's spent on food, salary, equipment, really breaking of equipment, paper products. Paper products is a major concern for us, but that's what it's spent on.
and we use all of that money every year.
We don't use all of it every year, but the way that the state has set it up, we can't use it for anything but school nutrition. So I can buy equipment, I can pay my staff. We can do a few outside things, but they are very strict about how we spend it.
I think you know where I'm going with this.
I know.
I'm still looking for the elementary schools.
Yes.
Their teachers have to eat with their students.
No.
Okay.
You said they have to?
Right.
No.
Okay.
They eat in
And
the cafeteria.
I'm sorry?
Students eat in the cafeteria. Elementary schools have monitors, so the teachers do get an opportunity to have lunch.
Yeah, all I know is when I subbed there, I didn't get lunch and I was with the kids the whole day. So there's no possibility of using this money for teachers who in the high school and the middle school who actually want to sit down and eat lunch with students.
I did investigate and speak with the state about that, and the things that we do now, like in the beginning of the school year, we give all the teachers the meal card, and once they get to their 10th meal, it's free. They're allowing us to do that, and they allowed us to do the mentor lunch. Well, it's for the new teachers, so did that. But as far as doing it for the whole staff, anytime they wanted to eat with the kids, they said we couldn't do it.
Okay. We're talking about building relationships with students, and that's
Yeah.
probably one of the best ways to do it.
Oh, I definitely believe that. I know that at the elementary school, that is like a kid's biggest day is that he gets to eat lunch with his teacher.
All right, thanks, and thanks for all you do. Appreciate it.
Any other questions?
I just want to say thank you because you're always ready and prepared, and I like that you're looking forward. We have high hopes that this is going to go, but just in case, we got this, and I think that's very smart, and we're blessed to have you.
Thank you.
And thank you for the work. I gotta say, it's kind of process that because you're saying at the minimum, if there's 25% qualified, then they pay for 40% to eat, but the reimbursements are just so above what's actually needed that covers 100% and we pocket money.
Well, really, at the 25% and them only reimbursing you for 40%, you have to also realize that they have looked into how many kids were actually paid kids. They're only giving me 32 cents for them. So the $4.43 is only for our free and reduced kids that were in that pocket. So they know who's free and who was free at the time that I did this program and who was a paying student.
Now is that 66%?
Yes.
Yeah, 67.
And again, that's less than 100%, but the actual money to cover those 60 whatever percent is just well beyond what's actually needed to feed them.
Well, I don't gamble, so I really would not press my luck with that one. I wouldn't want to come back and say, like my first inclination was to do all the schools, and that's when I realized that it was going to cost us $282,000 a year to do it. So I thought, okay, let me just roll it back. And so I looked at the schools that had the highest ISP, and the state had checked that King George Elementary qualified and that I should try that. So I still did a lot of investigating because I don't want to run short ever. But I feel like we are looking good to do this at King George Elementary. And prayerfully, the other schools their ISPs will increase. I mean, we have pulled in a lot of students this year at the elementary level.
Is it possible to use the funds at the King George Elementary towards other schools eating for free?
Well,
Are they against that?
No, they're not against it. It's just a chance. Like if you look at 1,500 kids at the high school, and in the past when it was free, on a bad day, only 900 kids ate. Other than that, it was like 1,100, 1,200. So that's what I had to take in, that high school kids will take advantage of this, and all 1,500 may eat, and then I definitely wouldn't be able to cover it. Not at only 40% I'm going to get reimbursed for, and then you have to take out the fact that some of them I'm only getting 32 cents.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Ms. Davis. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, now we have work-based learning. Ms. Rinko.
Good evening, Mr. Bush, esteemed members of the board, and Dr. Boyd. My name is Terry Rinko, Work-Based Learning Specialist for King George County Schools. Work-based learning is also known as WBL. An ambitious study of vocational education conducted in 2007 called Learning for Jobs found that, done well, work-based learning appears to be the best way the majority of young people to prepare for the world of work. Work-based learning student experiences are co-curricular, and they take place in the field of work. WBL, through today's career and technical education, previously vocational education, has become a national initiative to equip today's high school graduates with the credentials and skills needed to fill vacant skilled trades jobs. These jobs were created when laborers retired while the U.S. promoted college for all. Industry, government, workforce development, and educators are collaborating together to help afford today's high school students with experiences needed to provide them with clear career direction and the post-secondary steps needed to fill those jobs. Last fall at King George High School, students from our focus group named our new work-based learning program the Pilot. That stands for Pairing Interest with Local Opportunities for Training. This past year, we worked to successfully support a comprehensive continuum for work-based learning that spanned all 4 grade levels. That cycle starts with career awareness with mixed grades, moves to career exploration, then career preparation, and lastly, primarily for our 11th and 12th graders, career participation. Starting on that wheel at King George High School this past year, we saw career awareness with 29 field trips and guest speakers in CTE classes. You can see that on the left there at CMC Rebar. 203 of our students in grades 9 through 12 participated in service learning, helping to meet the needs of area nonprofits Love Thy Neighbor, Friends of the Rappahannock, and Valor Ranch. Moving on that wheel to career exploration, at King George High School last year, 30 freshmen attended the Bay Consortium's virtual reality career goggles session. Students performed knee surgery welded to fix an assembly line, provided aid after a car crash, and fixed an internet server, all virtually, just to name a few. 6 sophomores and juniors participated in King George County Schools' new summer school board office externship program in the departments of instruction, communication, technology, and student and family services. 6 health sciences students attended Mary Washington Hospital's summer externship program, where they worked 80 hours learning about the career field on the job. 60 students this past year total, ages 12 to 18, participated in the new King George Sheriff's Office's charter Summer Youth Criminal Justice Academy. Moving along that wheel to King George High School in career preparation, 30 students participated in King George High School's new spring semester entrepreneurship class. 1 student actively left working her lash extension business, as you can see there on the left. 30 marketing exploration students participated in the King George High School school-based enterprise, which is our school store called Fox Stocks. And 10 King George High School students and 4 recent graduates were able to attend Germanna's Community College's new King George High School After Hours Core Craft class. Moving to the last part of that wheel, King George High School participation in career, primarily for 11th and 12th graders. Career participation, we offered internships. 6 students participated in aquaculture summer internships studying the local oyster industry. King George High School's comprehensive employment training program for engaging students with disabilities ages 17 to 22 resulted in 5 successful placements for employment on NSWC's naval base at the end of last school year as custodians. These positions came complete with benefits, retirement plans, and paid time off. Lastly, 1 senior earned a STEM summer employment program internship from NSWC, where he had a paid internship, half tuition college scholarship, and he has guaranteed employment at the end of this process. Cooperative education. We had 1 paid marketing co-op student at the YMCA and 1 paid drafting co-op at CMC Rebar in our industrial park. Those 2 students worked 280 hours that second semester last school year, right in the field alongside with fellow employees there in the companies. Last but not least, King George High School offered clinical experience with our amazing nurse aid program. We graduated 25 nurse aid program students in 2024, with all 25 earning CNA state licensures. Our engagement with our partners is evidence that the work-based learning program that we are building is sustainable. In 2023-2024, 60 business and organization partnerships were formally established with King George County Schools. 6 CT Eats, separate check stakeholder dinner meetings were held, and 50 mock interviewers volunteered in the spring to assist at our reverse career fair for 200 economics and personal finance students. Leaders from Rappahannock Community College in Warsaw, CMC Rebar in our King George Industrial Park, and the division's work-based learning specialists collaborated on how best to work together to fill CMC's need for detailer or drafting positions. New partner 4 Elements Electric provided scholarships to 2 participants of the new Germanna Community College Corecraft class, spurring 6 other partners to offer additional scholarships until all 14 participants were covered. At the bottom right there, you had seen there was a reception for sponsors where they got to meet their students and present them with their checks. Moving forward, new partner, Rappahannock Goodwill, provided Dress for Success and interview skills workshops for 200 juniors in EPF classes in preparation for that reverse career fair. Goodwill celebrated King George High School's work-based learning program by creating a video about it and playing it at the June 5th Fredericksburg Nationals baseball game on the Jumbotron. New partner, the Bay Consortium Workforce Development Board, not only provided a virtual reality experience for those 30 freshman students, but also provided King George County Schools with new career cluster coloring books for all 3 elementary schools. King George County Schools is the first county in Planning District 16 to access the coloring books. In this middle picture here, you can see a picture from that game at the Nationals. And I wanted to share with you that over 60 CTE teachers, administrators, central office staff, and their families received free tickets to celebrate our accomplishments this year. And our CTE administrator, Kim Truslow, got to throw out the first pitch. New partner, Topside Federal Credit Union this past year provided 2 Market Day interactive experiences for both semesters of economics and personal finance classes. That's approximately 400 students to apply their financial literacy knowledge to the real world. Think Monopoly in action. And Lowe's, the King George Education Foundation, and Mr. Milton Klein of the University of Mary Washington's paint crew, retired, donated funding, supplies, and time to help reinvent King George High School's old ISS, or in-school suspension room, into a welcoming, professional, work-based learning space for making business-student connections. I'd like to leave you all with some measurable outcomes from last school year. This past year's Reverse Career Fair tasked all of spring semester's EPF students, who were primarily juniors, with actively demonstrating the important workplace readiness skills of communication, critical thinking, and job interview. Participation in all elements was required, and students received a test grade. The student pass rate of all 201 students spring semester was 93%. Henceforth, Reverse Career Fairs will be the primary means to forming a baseline in important demonstrated workplace readiness skills across the entire junior class. In conclusion, in school year 2022-2023, 59 work-based learning experiences were documented and contributed to King George High School's score of level 2 on the College, Career, and Civic Readiness Index, or CCCRI. In 2023-2024, 272 experiences were documented. Our goal is to reach level 1 on that CCCRI through our efforts in WBL this past year. We anxiously await the new rankings to be released later this month. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well done. Questions, comments? Board
Did they
members?
earlier say that it was going to be announced in August who the finalists were?
Yes, so I do have to share, we topped out in the Career Z Challenge, we topped out at the semifinalist status, and I was sad for a couple of days, but I'm very excited because the plan that we submitted is sustainable, and it is to enable us to do more with what we have. We're doing all the things. The money doesn't matter in us executing our goal for creating more work-based learning experiences through a Career Academy program with King George High School. We did receive, for doing all the things, going through the semifinalist status this whole past school year, which included 40 hours of professional development and demonstrating satisfactory progress towards rolling out our Career Academy plan, double the amount of intended semifinalist money, which you received when, I think it was perhaps last meeting. So instead of $10,000 for semifinalists, we received $20,500 for satisfactory completing all the things in our semifinalist year. Wow. So we're very proud of that. I'm very proud of all of our teachers. Oh my gosh, our business partners, our students, we are creating a synergy that is only going to get better as we roll out our complete full rollout of our King George Career Academy plan. Thank you all so much.
Any other comments or questions? Well, go ahead. Did you want to say something?
I'm a big fan of yours, so I just appreciate everything that you do, getting this rolling, and your team that stands with you, and doing something great for our county and our students.
Thank you.
And Mrs. Rinke, you're absolutely right that the goal isn't just to get a bunch of money. That's nice, but it's to build a program, and you're doing that. So thank you for all the efforts you've
Thank you. It's
all
my
you put
honor.
together.
Thank you.
Fantastic job, Terry.
Thank you. We have an amazing team. The puzzle pieces were there. I just honestly get to put a few more puzzles in the box, and get a lot more people putting that picture together. And that's been a thrill. So thank you.
Well, I can see somebody like you making such a, I mean, when you look at that from 59 students to 272, I can see that growing, and I can see this kind of program being an example to not just the whole state of Virginia, but even the whole United States.
Thank you.
Thank you. You have done a wonderful job.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
All right, do I have a motion to go into closed session?
Move that pursuant to state code section 2.2-3712A of the Code of Virginia, I move that the board convene in closed meeting to review hires, substitutes, resignations, and stipends, and discuss the performance of school board employees as permitted under 2.2-3711A, number 1 of the Code of Virginia, and to consult with legal counsel and briefings by staff members or consultants pertaining to actual or probable litigation, where such consultation or briefing in open meeting would adversely affect the negotiating or litigating posture of the public body as permitted under 2.2-3711A, number 7.
A second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. We're now in closed session. a lot colder in here. Yes. All right, let me get back to. All right, do we have, well, let me wait for Ms. Hoover. We have a motion to return back to open session.
Return to, I move the King George County School Board return to open session and certify that pursuant to State Code Section 2.2-3712D, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under this chapter, and only such public business matters are as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered in the meeting by the public body.
Second, certify.
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 I also certify. All right, the motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor of returning to open session, say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. We're now back in open session. Do we have a motion to approve the personnel as presented?
I make a motion, we approve the personnel as presented.
I second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Chair votes aye. It is passed. All right, let's move on to the agenda. We have the approval of past minutes in the consent agenda. Give you a minute for board members to open those up. And there's two of them that we have, just to let you know. There's two on May 15th. That's a special meeting, and also a work session. Those, because of corrections, a lot of corrections that we need to make, those have been postponed to the next board meeting. So we will be approving or discussing the joint session on 4/15, the regular meeting on 5/6, the disciplinary hearing draft on 6/3, and then the 6/3 regular meeting. So looking at the first one, which would be 4/15, would be the joint meeting. Discussions or a motion to approve the minutes? Or a comment or concern? It's quite long. I will say that in reading these minutes, it makes me, in fact, if you've read what you said, it makes you sound like a fool almost, because it cuts off words and adds words, and it's very difficult to follow everything. And I think because they're, I guess, writing based on what they heard, which is not very, it's accurate, but it's incomplete.
Dr. Ward, you're going to talk later about the budget.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that was the motion that to add the agenda when Mr. Rolls made. Any other concerns? I think generally it tried its best to, the minutes did, to convey what was done. So do I have a motion or a change?
I move that we approve the minutes for April 15th, 2024 as submitted.
Second.
But
Now
it's a consent
discussion.
agenda. It's supposed to be all together.
I'm sorry, what?
It's a consent agenda. We approve them all together.
Right. Well, you mean all the minutes of all 4 sets of minutes?
I guess we just not read off the May 15th ones. We're putting those aside. So then we should read all the other ones and just approve them as a package unless there's any specific concerns. So
This is one, that's a good point, Mr. Rolls. I guess this is one because it was so confusing to read through it that I wanted to deal with it separately. But you have a very good point. So let's go ahead and just approve this one, and then we can look at the other 3 together.
so you're pulling this one for discussion.
Yeah. So yes, did everybody understand what Mr. Rolls is saying? Ideally, we should have put all these minutes together, but I thought this one, I spent an hour reading through it because it was quite long and it was pretty confusing. I'm glad Mr. Rolls has made a suggestion to add the budget, especially comments on this particular meeting about it in August, which we didn't do. But besides that, any other further discussion so far? We've had a motion to approve this set of minutes and a second. Any further discussion?
I'm content to just discuss it when we get to the discussion item that we added.
For the budget piece? Okay. All right, all those in favor of approving these minutes? Say aye.
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 Aye. They're approved. All right, now we'll go on to the other three sets of minutes, which would be, and again, we're not doing the two at 5:15, so it'd be the 5:6, the 6:3, and the 6:3. It'd be the regular meeting on 5:6, and then the disciplinary hearing draft at 6:3, and then the regular meeting at 6:3.
I move that we approve the minutes for May 6th, June 3rd disciplinary hearing, and the June 3rd regular meeting as presented.
Do I have a second? Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 I think everybody said aye. Chair votes aye. All right, they're approved. And then we will discuss the two at May 15th at the next board meeting. All right, moving on. We have the action items and the advisory committees. All right, these are committees, if you look, that some of us are on, and I think we need to reconfirm. I don't see any changes from the current committees that we're already on.
Not for the board members, no.
That's enough, obviously for a lot of others, yes. Does this require an approval, Dr. Boyd?
Yes.
All right, glance through those, you'll notice our names are still on the same committees that we've already been on as of January. And then other names such as parents, possibly staff, teachers, etc. So, unless there's a question ahead of time, do I have a motion to approve all the advisory committee, all the advisory committees?
I move we approve the advisory committee membership as presented.
A second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion about these advisory committees?
Say that I do notice in some cases people serving in multiple committees, so I do appreciate all the volunteer time to do this. It's an important job.
That's true. Yeah, and something I guess I didn't realize that on the special ed committee that Colleen, you are the alternate.
So which one?
I'm on the special ed committee, but you're an alternate.
I remember talking about it.
Okay, and that's fine. All right, any other discussion? All right, we had a motion and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes. All right, now we're on discussion items. The first one is student attendance policy. Dr. Boyd?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. So we want to continue our conversation on student attendance. If you remember 2 meetings ago, we took a look at our student attendance policies and the board had a few questions. Dr. Wright is here this evening to address some of those questions that were asked at the last meeting.
Thank you, Dr. Boyd. Members of the board, good evening. At our last meeting, we walked through the policies JEA, JED, and our JED regulation. I shared sort of in general what each of those policies outline and some of the guidance and some of the procedures that we follow. And some of the discussion, you asked me to come back this evening specifically for the presentation that I think you have in front of you, which was a breakdown of the chronic absentee data by grade, and also we wanted to look at it by excused and unexcused absences. So if you do have that in front of you, does everyone have it? Okay. So if you look at it by grade, the column on the left there, K through 12, you'll notice that it is bad, K through 12. There are very few grades if you go over to the chronically absent column, which is right in the middle of that table. You'll see that several of them are over 15%, which is sort of the benchmark.
Correct.
The highlights there would be probably your 3rd and 6th grades, which are in the 12%, which would be the best. And then if you notice, there's sort of a statistical anomaly there with your seniors. I would not say that our seniors, although it's 9.8%, I don't think that's an accurate statement. So one of the good things that we pulled from this is we found that there were some issues with, there were 2 things we realized. The column right beside that where it says students enrolled less than half a year, students enrolled less than half the year, which is every student, every senior that graduates early.
Okay.
They do not count for or against us.
Okay.
So we think, just from nickel knowledge of the folks that are in the high school most of the time, that that actually probably helps us, that they graduate early as far as seniors and your typical senior attendance. However, what another thing we realize is we have a lot of seniors who are either, because they don't need too many credits to graduate, they're either a late arrival or they're an early dismissal.
Right.
So what we found was there were some problems with the attendance for those students. So met with Mr. Watson. We have shored up those procedures. So the good news is the attendance will be more accurate. The bad news is that number is probably going to go higher. So we really got to buckle down and make sure we have some procedures and policies in place that address chronic absenteeism, K through 12. I don't think there's a grade level that doesn't need support, and we need to have something that, as Mr. Bush, I think I specifically remember, we were really good with the carrots, but we don't have a lot of teeth in our policy right now.
Right.
So the next steps, and if you look at, I didn't want to miss the other columns, the excused versus the unexcused, which really means excuses. There's been communication. To unexcused, there hasn't been anything from the parents as far as we were, my child was sick or we had an appointment and those types of things. So for the most, it's the problem with that now is we don't push it maybe like we used to, because unexcused used to mean something a long time ago. If it was unexcused, that meant maybe you didn't get to make up the assignments, or that meant that you didn't get to participate in after-school activities. And if it was excused, you got the work. Now that is no longer a guidance. And if whether it's excused or unexcused, you typically get to make up the work from the absence. The difference is both, as we talked about last time, both excused and unexcused absences count towards chronic absenteeism. So we have really shifted to, we don't care whether it's excused or unexcused, we really are focused on, we want the students here, period. So that data it tells a story, but I don't know that it's one at this point that the state in terms of accreditation cares about as far as the attendance or unattendance. What we do care about is truancy, and that's another piece, and those are students who aren't coming, period, and we are addressing that through our truancy officer, as well as our school teams when there's zero communication from the parents and they're not enrolled in school. So if it would please the board, the next steps for us would be to look at school divisions that are doing this well, that are seeing their numbers decrease across the board as far as chronically absenteeism. And I'm sure that we have counties close to us or far from us, but go and talk to those folks, similar to we did with the cell phones. Find out what they're doing, review their policies, come back to you. We have a student committee. Dr. Boyd has now a student advisory, a parent advisory, and a teacher advisory. So we'd like to run those through those committees, get some feedback, then bring either one or maybe a couple variations of a policy back to the board for you to review and provide feedback and go from there. But hopefully, maybe by January, new year, we would have something to bring to the board for your review. If that's your choice, but that's what we would like to do. And if you have any direction or guidance for that, I'll be happy to take some notes at this time or questions.
And I have some comments, but I'll hold off. So what are other board members' questions for Dr. Wright?
Yes, Dr. Wright. For our chronically absent, we look at the 8th graders and we got 13.31%. We look at 9th graders and it jumps up to 25%. Have we looked at, that's a 12% increase there. Have we looked at the reasons that may be happening?
That's a good, I'm glad you pointed that out. I missed that, but when you look at those transition years from 5th to 6th grade, and then from 8th grade to 9th grade, those are tough years. And I think that just no research on this, but just from in your time in the high school, and I know Dr. Boyd would say that is probably one of the toughest years And if students are struggling and they're dealing with that transition, they're going to want to stay home as much as possible. So I think anything we could do to assist the transition would help in that area. Good, but thanks for pointing that out.
Yeah, we did this at Dr. Bush's request. Did I make you doctor, Mr. Bush? Yeah, it's not what we expected. I think your suspicion was that there was really a high absentee rate for seniors, and that's not the case. But all the rest of the high schoolers are close to 25%, so that is noteworthy.
Junior level being the highest.
Yeah, and you don't see any similar jump going from elementary school to middle school, like 5th to 6th grade, for instance. It's constant. So yeah, it's definitely something to try to understand.
I think one of the things, Dr. Wright, that I think I mentioned this last time, and thank you for doing this. I know, but this is a big deal, and this is something that may be better procedures or consequences or whatever, because you're right, the carrot and the stick thing, I think, is really part of this. And when I look at especially the unexcused absences, there's where the stick has to be there, and it's like the other side, and that is the problem. If we could correct even half of those unexcused absences, we'd be under 15%, and almost we wouldn't be.
No, that unfortunately, as I said, the state doesn't care whether it's excused or unexcused in terms of chronically absent.
But I understand that. But if we were to correct the unexcused by a bigger stick or whatever, then hopefully there would be less unexcused. The excused absences are there, and that's fine. There's an excuse. But if the unexcused absences, if we could cut those down, because you're right, the state doesn't care, they're still absent. But to me, the piece that we can make a significant difference in is in the unexcused absences. That's what I'm saying.
It helps in getting parents to write letters for their children. It doesn't help your chronic absenteeism. They're still absent.
But if
even excused absences are absent.
Well, here's my point: is that today we're discussing one of the policies. In fact, it's the first one, IC-ID, and we'll talk about this maybe a little bit more. It's on the first page, about the 5th paragraph, and it is talking about severe weather, but it's talking about if there's an emergency situation resulting in closing of any school in the school division, such school has been unable to meet the 180-day teaching day requirement. The school division may make up the missed teaching days by providing the students with instructional hours equivalent to such missed teaching days to meet the minimum of a 990 teaching hour requirement. It's funny because I don't know how many other places it talks about this. We've talked about it a lot. But I do know that in the past, especially for unexcused absences period, if they if they were 10% below this requirement, then they may not get credit for the course. That was a huge incentive. Now, I don't know if we can do that anymore, but I'm not saying we necessarily should, but it might be good to look at it, because I know that in the past, when I was involved in administration in the school, that was probably the biggest stick of all, is when the students realize that I am hitting this 10%, and if I'm absent anymore, I won't get credit for the course, and I might have to repeat a year even if I'm making A's.
I think that's something that we would definitely look very closely at, something along those lines. So.
And it's still, even then, of course, then you could say, well, you could make it up by doing online and that, but that's true. But students don't want to do that.
Right.
And anyway, that was my point.
I think that's probably certainly a direction we will look at. I believe we have some policies already from neighboring counties that have similar guidance.
Exactly. Okay.
How about something positive, encouraging, like with way back when with the younger children, they got pizza parties or things like that. And I don't know how that would incentivize moving up the chain, but maybe we could think of ways to, positively impact them.
I think Dr. Boyd and I, we're talking that we've got that down very well.
Yeah, we do.
We have a lot of the PBIS programs and some of our contests and lots of food involved. We do a very good job of incentivizing attendance. I don't think we neglect that. I think we continue to develop that piece of it. And it's the difficult part is that other piece. What happens if they aren't doing it? And then
Yeah, I'll tell you what, when I went to the orientation day at Potomac Elementary School, I thought the snow cone machine was nice touch there, and that's really big for the elementary school kids, but that's not where our problem is so much. I don't think snow cones are going to attract the high schoolers too much, but so it's me.
I think that's, anyway, another point with this, which I agree. I know I've been talking about the stick, but the carrot piece is, again, it's high school. If we could correct the high school situation, I think it would make a significant difference. But what is it that would attract these 9th, 10th, 11th graders to attendance? And specifically thinking, what is it about high school kids that would really, I don't know, maybe offering some scholarships? We can't really do that because there's too many, but I don't know. I think it's very specific as what is it for high school kids, especially the juniors. That seems to be the worst. What is it that we could offer? Maybe even if you just started to do it with one class, it would catch on. High school juniors that would really incentivize them to be here all year.
well, I think that's our task.
I know it
We
is.
hope to come back with some answers.
But maybe if you're specific about an age or what is it about that particular level?
I got to suspect that our work-based learning program would be part of the solution for this. I think that's
a good idea.
Gary Marinko said, that's a lot of kids prefer to learn.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I think a lot of that has to do with relationships that are built with teachers. I would be willing to bet if we looked at the people that are absent here, took them by name and not by number, we'd see that DECA probably has very few absentees. ROTC probably has very few absentees. If in some way we could build that relationship with the high school teachers for all the kids, because, as we all know, our emphasis is SOLs, and that's, we're more worried about teaching to the test than we are teaching kids. So that's just me.
I agree with you, and I think Mr. Rolls mentioned work-based learning, but you mentioned DECA, but relevance is the key word that I heard, and then on top of that is relationships. So those are two big ones when it comes to getting kids involved and wanting to come to school. And if they see the relevance and they have relationships, at least one key person, one adult in the building that they can connect with, the likelihood of them coming back on a regular basis is going to increase.
Well, if you research that and you're going to bring it up again in January, if there's some way we can skin that onion to, do something about relationships and how to build relationships. And that's not just with the groups, the DECA and the ROTC, but through the math classes and English classes and social studies.
Who would be the main person in high school? It's a question for you or Dr. Boyd or anybody, Beth, that would kind of think about what kind of incentive. I know you all think about it, but is there like one particular counselor or one person who this is kind of their thing, responsibility, whatever word you want to use, that they're thinking about continually ways to incentivize?
How about we have our student reps canvass their classes and ask them?
What I'm thinking about is
We have a Renaissance program at the high school that we've had for a number of years. It's gone through a number of different renditions, but they typically are responsible for incentivizing students that attendance has been a focus for them in the past, grades. Really, it's finding any way to really recognize our students and create a welcoming environment for them. So at the high school level, Renaissance would be a good place to see if we can't grow some of those incentives.
Oh, is that several teachers that are helping with that program?
There's several teachers and several students that are involved.
See, that would be the group to really talk to them, especially students. Maybe even asking our two reps. We're sitting there talking about getting input. What could you guys think of anything that would help with attendance, especially in high school?
I think that a lot of it does come down to relationships with teachers and then other students. I think that having that interaction is super important and, being able to talk to one another. But then again, looking at tests, you're constantly being tested or being taught to a test, and it makes it exhausting to show up to school day after day. when you're just having death by PowerPoint. And I mean, it's great sometimes to gather information, but it does become difficult to show up. So I think if there's more interaction and classes, or teachers teach in different ways, and I understand that that's difficult to do for certain curriculums, but I think that would be beneficial. And having more pep rally type things or group events that students can really show out to, or teachers just taking that extra step to try to get to know each student, because most of the time, I know for a lot of my classes, I walk in and I sit down, and that's the class. You sit there, you do your work, and you don't talk to the teacher unless the teacher talks to you, because they're focused on what they're teaching you. And it would be really nice to have that face-to-face conversation. And there are really great teachers that do that, such as my English teacher. She goes out of her way to get to know her students, and kids rarely miss her class just because they know they have someone to talk to in that relationship.
That's interesting. I was thinking of some things that I've seen in other schools that actually, didn't I? What I hear you saying too is that too much testing, what did you call it? Death by PowerPoint? That's a very interesting comment. I like it. But you think that's one of the biggest detriments to students coming to school, is this whole testing and PowerPoints and all this?
I do. For a lot of my classes, and you come in, you sit down, you get out your notebook, and then you're staring at the PowerPoint for an hour and a half, and you're not interacting, and it's exhausting because you walk in and okay, I'm going to sit here for an hour and a half, and I'm going to listen to a PowerPoint, and you zone out at a point, and then it's hard to want to come back in and do that.
That's very good comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
It's helpful, I guess. Go ahead.
Hey, yeah. Especially in my science and world history classes, it is usually note taking 5 days a week, like 3 out of every 4 weeks. And it is, yeah, as she said, it is exhausting to just go in and just take notes every single day. My English teacher, first of all, as you said, Samantha, she also, my English teacher also takes the time to get to know students. When she noticed I wasn't in class for 2 days because I got sick, before I even had a chance to email her, she emailed me. She's like, "Eric, are you all right? You feeling okay? Is there a reason you're not in? I hope to see you back as soon as possible." And that motivated, like, I want to get back as soon as possible. And she gets to know every student. I got back, she sat down, you're like, here's what you missed, but like, do you want to talk about it? Do you want to make sure you understand everything before I just shove it off to you? And she doesn't just give us PowerPoint after PowerPoint after PowerPoint. She makes each day interesting, different activities, and we're not facing death by PowerPoint. And the other thing that Samantha mentioned, the constant testing, I noticed that it was a massive increase from 7th grade to 8th. I'm now testing probably every 2 weeks, and it is just, as Samantha mentioned, they're just teaching the test. We have to learn what's on the test. We take the test, rinse and repeat, for 4 or 5 out of my 6 classes.
Those are very good points. Thank you very much. All right, any other comments, board members or Dr. Boyd?
I'll just say, I think the plan to go look for best practices and bring those back sounds like a good one.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Wright. I think this is great progress. Thank you, board members and student reps for sharing some considerations. We look forward to really jumping into this and providing really not only the incentives, but the stick, I think is what you called it.
Carrot and the stick.
The carrot and the stick.
Always a combination between the two.
Yeah, they both are needed.
Yep. All right, we're going into policy and manual updates, and there are several. As you remember, because of big changes with our clerk, we're covering from 10 to 11 per board meeting to catch up, and maybe within the next couple of board meetings we'll be caught up. I don't know. We'll see.
Mr. Chairman.
We're working on it diligently.
Mrs. Hoover had brought up when we were studying our agenda, where is it for them to speak so they don't have to stay till 10 o'clock tonight?
Well, I was hoping we'd finish earlier tonight, but we made a change to the agenda last time because we knew that there was going to be a lot of public comment. We could make a permanent change. We're going to be talking about.
I thought we did. That's all. I'm sorry. I was under the impression we did make a permanent change.
No, we have, if you look, a regular agenda meeting format, actually today, we could actually make that change.
Okay.
If, I have that there for another reason, having to do with the,
I read it, yeah.
okay. But we could add, because it's under the same category, and that would be an excellent idea, and I actually thought about that too.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so let's go on to this first policy, which is the BCF. Dr. Boyd, I don't know whether you want to comment.
I'll just describe the change. This change is just, takes out that last sentence, which is not needed. These committees serve without compensation for one-year terms. So again, this is scratched from the VASSP, excuse me, why did I say VASSP?
Fast.
National School Board, or VSBA.
VSBA. You'll get it.
VSBA. So this was scratched from the VSBA policy, and you'll see a legal reference below that's scratched.
All right, again, I don't think we need to bring this back for an action item unless I have a board member that wants to.
Move we accept policy BCF as presented.
Second.
Any discussion?
No.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Passes. All right, next one.
So this is BGGBD. It says in the description that the policy is updated to recognize collective bargaining. However, if you look at it, it looks like they've just, it looks like some grammatical
It's exactly
fixes.
right. Capital letters and
You are capitalized now instead of lowercase as the school.
all right, again, do I have a motion? This is rather mundane.
I move to approve policy BG/GBD as presented.
I second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Passes. All right, next one.
Next one is CBE.
Correct.
And this is severance benefits, and all it does is it adds the two cross references that are found in other policies.
I have a motion.
I make a motion to approve CBE as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries. Next one, EBCD.
EBCD, this comes out of COVID, and so this is just a policy or updating our school closing policy to reference that if we are prepared, that we can declare unscheduled remote learning days consistent with applicable laws and policies.
I move we approve policy EBCD as presented.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Policy passes. Next one, GDI.
GDI, we brought back. Again, this was, I think, Ms. Davis, I think you asked to bring this back. This is one that VSBA scratched. We can certainly keep it. We brought it back because we certainly do these things, and it wouldn't hurt us to continue to have this policy. But I think you wanted us to check the legal references as well. Those legal references are really just that the school board has the authority and the superintendent has authority as well, and it's really as far as it goes from what I looked up. If you remember, the policy talks about support staff being able to be transferred if they're qualified, or request a transfer if they're qualified for another position. So again, VSBA thinks we don't need it anymore. It's certainly a practice that we employ. King George County Schools is comfortable keeping it.
Ms. Davis, you.
Discretion of the board.
Ms. Davis, you were the one that expressed a concern about just deleting this one. Any thoughts on it?
Do these cross legal references, are they still code of Virginia?
They're still code.
Okay, so
So we could unscratch it and keep it on the books, and it's perfectly fine. All of the legal references check out.
I would make a motion to leave it only because you might not always be around and different staff changes, and we have good staff now, but maybe in the future there might be an issue. I don't know.
Okay, we have a motion. Is it seconded to basically not scratch this, but to keep it as part of our policy? Do I have a second?
Second.
Further discussion? I think Ms. Davis has a good point, and it doesn't hurt anything, so let's, I would vote that we keep it, but all those in favor say aye.
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 Chair votes aye. Motion carries. We are keeping the policy. Next one.
Next one is IA. This is our instructional goals and objectives. Again, this is one of those policies that is updated because of the Virginia Literacy Act, which you'll see at the end of the policy, and you'll also see it updated to recognize the requirements of the College and Career Readiness Virginia program, which we already implement. So we are certainly willing and capable of implementing what is suggested in these policies and are ready to pass it. Virginia Literacy Act is number 19 at the very end there.
I move that we approve policy IA as presented.
I second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. It is passed. All right, next one, Dr. Boyd.
So again, this is policy IAA. It says policy and cross references updated, but again, it looks like it's grammatical. School board is capitalized. Standards of accreditation are capitalized, and now you'll see in many policies moving forward, it'll say programs for students with disabilities as opposed to the former title.
I move we approve policy IAA as presented.
I second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries. Next one, ICID.
So this is, again, this policy is found in two places. So ICID is, again, the school year and school day. And if you go down to the end of the first page, it talks about the instructional days granted as the remote instructional days granted. This was the same verbiage that we had in the last policy that we approved.
So I just noted in here that by law, the earliest possible we can start is 14 days prior to Labor Day, and that appears that's what we do, and it has been that case for a while now.
Yes, and actually it's there's also a waiver that if you qualify under certain areas as well, then we've done that now for, gosh, we might be going on 5 or 6 years of doing that. And it's well, it's been a good change as far as that on the secondary level, because we get the entire semester in before we leave for winter break, come back for a brand new set of courses. It used to be before we had the early start, you would not end that first semester until 2 weeks after Christmas break. So we would go through that first semester,
come back and take 5
go on Christmas break, go on winter break, and then come back just for SOL testing. And it was a 2-week, it was not as good. So I'm certainly in favor of continuing with pre-Labor Day start.
There was a lot of times we didn't make it back because of snow.
Right, right.
Though we haven't had that in the past couple of years.
And just, again, I mentioned it when we were talking about attendance, that whole 180 days and 990 teaching hours. That is consistent in several places and several policies. None of that has changed, or there's not any indication that it will change, correct?
None of that has changed, and there's no indication that I've heard of that it will change.
All right. Do I have a motion?
I move that we accept policy ICID as submitted.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Motion carries. All right, next one.
Next one is IGAD. Again, this is policy to this updates our career and technical education. So we vetted this with our instruction department and with Ms. Rinko, and we are prepared to implement the suggestions in this policy. So
these were the suggestions of VSBA or Ms. Rinko, or I know.
No, this is from VSBA, but we are prepared to implement it.
And she
based on an amended Virginia code.
Right, I understand. Any?
So,
go ahead.
We're good to pass.
Do I have a motion?
Move we approve policy IGAD as presented.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Next one, IGAG.
IGAG is a policy that came through the General Assembly this year, and it's that moving forward, each school that includes grades 9 through 12 will distribute fentanyl education information within the first 2 weeks of the school year. So we will be prepared to pass that this evening. We have received that literature from the Virginia Department of Education, and moving forward, we'll be able to implement this policy.
I have a question, obviously. Okay, we didn't do this. This policy is new. I understand that, especially the fentanyl part, but all of those things above, that's not new.
No, the things above are part of an existing policy.
And we did that this year, I assume, all those things within the first couple of weeks?
Yes, we do that. Mhm.
So this new one now, if we pass it tonight, who is it that does that?
This would be required through the first 2 weeks of the school year, so we would probably push this out. We received the information from the Virginia Department of Education, so we'll probably push it out to the entire school, probably through Peach Jar or School Messenger or something like that, so that it reaches all of our students. Typically, it's something that the other stuff that's listed there doesn't have a timeline, and it's typically pushed out like through the physical education programs, through that means. This is going to have a slightly different twist to it. So we would probably push this out through, like I said, Peach Jar or something of that nature. That's the program we use for flyers and other information. We also have our opening grade level assemblies where we could push that information out as well, which is in the first week of school.
Now, what about now? If we pass it now, will something be done like after tonight? Once we have that information?
Well, I can check. I don't know that we have the information now. I'll see how they intend to pass it out. Would the board like that?
I personally, yes, with what's going on with fentanyl and all this,
Absolutely.
it only takes one case and the amount of deaths, especially in high schoolers with fentanyl in the United States, is huge.
We'll take note to do that.
Well, I want to make, how does the rest of the board feel?
I saw everybody nod, that's why.
Say again the specific.
Dr. Ward, there's a meeting that's on the 17th. I think it's 5:30 until 19, or 5:30 until 7.
Yes.
It talks about pills. It's going to be at the high school. Is all that going to be covered? I assume it's all going to be covered there.
That is part of that presentation. Yeah, that. Hopefully, we have a better turnout than we had last year. This is certainly open to anyone that would like to attend in the community. We're hoping for parents, students, anybody that's interested in coming. Spread the word. See if we can't get folks to attend.
I would like to see something like the DARE program in the high school. Not something that kids have how many high schools are showing up to learn about the dangers of fentanyl, and how many of them are going to read it on Peach Jar?
Say that again.
Like, how many students in the high school are going to read the Peach Jar for a flyer? Like, if we could do kind of like the pep rallies you've had recently that were wonderful, and the kids loved them, and I know you loved it, and
Absolutely.
you expressed that to me. You know what I mean? Like, have something like that, a pep rally, to however that would look
Type of awareness.
during school hours. So all the
Some type of
students have to
awareness
hear
pep
it.
rally.
Yeah.
Can I say, and I'm sorry, this is a little, I guess, not ignorant, but again, past. There used to be in the health curriculum, is a health class still part of the requirement?
That's through the physical education programs. That's
Okay.
what I was referring to before.
But there was an actual curriculum a long time ago in the health about drugs.
There still is.
And so will fentanyl be added to that curriculum?
I think it's already discussed now. This will be something additional.
So it will be discussed. I agree with you, having it discussed in class.
And I can tell you, Mr. Frank, they used to do something similar in JROTC as well.
We still do. She's going to explain it right now.
Yes, sir. So in JROTC, throughout the school year, we have Miss Bateman come in, and she talks on drug abuse, alcohol, all the topics. And it's been really beneficial for our program. She comes in and she goes through the PowerPoints. She talks about the use of
PowerPoints.
Narcan. Well, PowerPoints, but she also does interactive games as well, just to get the information across. And that's super beneficial. It'd be great if they could if the school could implement that into other classes or assembly of some sort.
And if I'm not mistaken, each student is qualified with Narcan to administer Narcan.
Yes, sir.
They leave that class.
As long as their parents sign off on a permission form, then every student that goes through the classes with her, they will receive Narcan at the end.
That's good. Yeah, if we could expand that, that'd be great.
That would be.
So we got several ideas. Obviously, we're going to pass this, but I say that, we'll see in a minute. But I think these ideas are good, and it would be nice to push. I would think that once we pass it, the fentanyl thing, to push it right away in all these different ways possible. Any other thoughts or ready for a motion?
Well, and I just want to make sure, Dr. Boyd, I wasn't trying to say that we're not already doing things in school. I forgot about the PE classes. Yeah, I just remember elementary school and being in the DARE program and how excited that was to graduate. And I learned a lot as a kid who grew up in, drug and alcohol home. The the DARE program taught me a lot to avoid.
Absolutely. And our DARE program is pretty strong at the elementary school level. Deputy Marini was actually recognized last year as the DARE Officer of the Year. And that still will continue to go strong. And there's a number of other things too, but as much awareness as we can create and additional things that we can do, especially with fentanyl right now, I think would go a long way in our community.
She's the DARE Officer of the Year in Virginia.
In Virginia.
Amazing. And she's in King George.
Yeah.
Great. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve policy IGAG as presented.
Second.
Any further discussion?
Yes.
Okay.
So in the addition, we have the grades 9 through 12, and one is spelled out and one is numerical. We just need to be consistent, either spell it out or not. That's all.
That's a good point.
It's different. I don't know why they did that. So we can update it.
VSBA
we can
did
pass it and update it as
I think they did it though, usually in English, because there's grades 9. It's to make sure that they are separated, 9 through 12. Sometimes that's a thing you do to make sure that they're not confused or read over.
It's right there.
Yeah, what? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I did. I think it. Go ahead. Did you?
I would agree with Mrs. Hoover that it should be consistent.
I would agree too. And regardless of what, you do have a point. You're right. Sometimes I'm not saying this would be wrong to leave it, but I think it's better to change it, to spell out the word 12.
So we can approve it with just that change made. Yeah.
So
Motion
you
to
want
as
to
amended.
amend? Who made the motion?
Oh, I did. So I just do it again?
Do it again and say. as
Oh, okay.
amended.
I move to approve file IGAG as amended.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
just a point of clarification. You want to substitute the word 9 for the number 9.
No. I think she wanted to change 12.
It doesn't matter as long
Either
as it's
one.
consistent.
Are they both numbers or both spelled out?
Okay.
It
Okay.
doesn't matter.
Okay.
All right, next one. Programs with student disabilities.
Next one, yes, is IGBA, Programs for Students with Disabilities. You can see in this policy. So if you remember, this last General Assembly updated our special education procedures. Some of this is simply grammatical. The most important part is down at the end of page 1, underlined there, the Special Education Parent-Family Liaison. Beginning this school year, every school division is responsible for having a parent-family liaison. So we've assigned Dr. Howard as our parent-family liaison, and we are at a point to be prepared to pass this policy.
Excellent. Do I have a motion?
I move that we approve policy IGBA as presented.
I second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries. Next one, IG, English learners.
Next is IGBF, is English learners, and what you'll see here is, again, some grammatical updates in that where the bullets began. From parent to parents, you'll see the word education to educational, method to methods. That's really just grammatical updates in this.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve IGBF as presented.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Online course.
The next one is IGBGA, and again, this is just a legal reference at the end that includes a cross-reference with IGAE and IGAF, Health Education, Physical Education Programs.
Do I have a motion?
I move that we approve policy IGBGA as presented.
I second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries. Last one.
IGBI, again, this is what we looked at earlier, where we're updating the language to include the College and Career Ready Virginia program and the Virginia Studies in Passport program. The Virginia Community College system recently went through a SACS review not too long ago, created the Passport program, which is a wonderful program for students. I won't get into all the details, but if you earn dual enrollment credits on the high school level. They automatically transfer into many of our Virginia four-year colleges. This policy just updates the cross references and the mention of that program. So we're ready, we're implementing it and ready to pass.
I have a question. It's probably a pretty easy one. When it says financial assistance to low-income and needy students to take the advanced placement or IB exams, what do we have a set criteria of how that's done and who sets that?
We budget for that. We have a line item for that, and we use the information we receive from free and reduced lunch.
Okay. All right. Do I have a motion?
I move that we approve policy IGBI as presented.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion is passed. All right. Thank you. I know that was a lot. Thank you, Dr. Boyd. I know it's a lot of explanations. Appreciate it. And thank you, Ms. Scalf, for all your work in putting these out every time. And hopefully we'll catch up within the next couple of board meetings. All right. Superintendent's evaluation process. There was a couple of changes there. And if you remember, one is under 2, item number 2. We changed that. You see what was crossed out, and we just simply put, if any of the 3 areas in the unacceptable rating improved by 5 percentage points or more from the previous year, place it in the developing/needs improvement area. And see, we crossed out a few things and made that change. And then also, under the board surveys, we crossed out all of the individuals and just simply said the survey is issued to all parents with emails who wish to participate. And then we said the respondents include all supervisors and coordinators rather than listing every single one. And then we changed the timeline. If you look at the very bottom, the past timeline was from last year. We made this one, which I think we'll be able to keep from year to year, although it's difficult because the SOLs come in at different times. Now, there was a discussion, Mr. Rolls, I think you were the one, and which is not included in this particular thing, but we do need to make a decision on this because within the next month, we're going to be using this to evaluate the superintendent. But you wanted to include a couple of other things that's not here. Mr. Rolls, were you able to?
Right. I appreciate providing some SOL data. My only concern is you look at under number 2 for performance. Right now we're doing SOL pass rates, which makes sense to do because it's part of the accreditation. So it sort of gets double counted since we're doing accreditation and we're doing that, but it's okay. It's important. But with the data that was provided, it was just pass, fail, and advance. Whereas here we're breaking it down by English, math, science, and then it's also the data we were given also was by school. This is just, for instance, Dr. Boyd, when we look for English performance over 90%, the way I read this, and I think you would too, is that means 90% across their whole division, pass rate. So that's elementary school, middle school, and high school. Whereas like the SOL data that we had for advanced pass we didn't have overall, it was by school. So it's, unless I'm
So the data, yeah, so you also have it by, oh, it's not on there, shoot. We do have it by the division as well. So what you're looking at in that data is, I thought we got an updated one, but maybe we didn't. Or we did get an updated one, but we didn't get it uploaded. But point being is that what this shows is that the percentage of students that pass advanced by school. We also have it by the division. I'm following you now with what you're saying. Would you like it to be the percentage pass advanced broken down by English, by math, by science, the same way that this goal number 2 is?
Yes, I think that is be the most, easiest to follow is to do the same for both.
Okay.
So you would add another, under number 2, you would add this or make this a whole separate category?
I was trying to figure out how to, it could get pretty complicated, but Dr. Boyd mentioned maybe just make it a 4th criteria. That's probably the easiest way to do it.
We have 3, make this a 4th criteria.
Right.
Okay, then how do we do the percentage?
So I think I'm looking at it now and trying to piece it together. So we could do that same thing where we, came up with a 4th goal, and we could do something to the effect of KGCS students will will demonstrate approved SOL past advance on the English performance by at least whatever percentage we approve. So like if we're looking at, and again, we don't have the data broken down by that right now, but you can see past advances typically in the, single digits or low teens, something like that. So go ahead. You were going to suggest one.
Well, yeah, I mean, we need to have that historical data to look at to pick numbers that make sense. Picking numbers out of thin air doesn't really work. So I guess somehow, and I wasn't around to witness it, but we're pulling these percentages. We did different percentages for different subjects, and somehow they arrived at those when we did the strategic plan. And
those are based on the state pass rates
for accreditation.
For accreditation, I believe.
That's for full accreditation. Okay, so yeah, that's obviously the perfect basis for that. But I think as far as the advanced rate, that's something we're doing ourselves. So I think we would just need to look at historical data to kind of pick out what we think is exemplary, proficient, developing, and unacceptable.
You're saying something like, 8% is proficient and 9%. Are you?
Yeah.
What you're talking
Same
about?
as here. Just we gotta look at historical data to kind of tease that out a little bit.
So you want to do kind of the averages over the last since 2018?
Well,
I'm just talking about to come up with proficient, advanced.
I mean, that's just TBD later. I think we need the data first to look at. I don't know. We can decide right now.
The data for this year.
Well, historical data right there. It needs to be presented division wide and by subject, so we can compare kind of apples to apples. Right now, we don't have it by division wide, and we don't have it by subject, so it's different, totally different than what we have.
You just have it by school. You want it by subject.
And division, same as it is for performance number 2. In the current.
So by division, by subject.
Yeah, just mimic what we have for under number 2.
And how do we come up with the,
Well, you guys are going to have to decide that once
we have to look at it and decide.
So you want to look at then a further drilling down into the data to include the classes and then look and see, and then we'll make a decision as to whether it would be, exemplary, proficient, developing, or unacceptable.
Right.
So we'd come up with 3 percentages.
Well, I mean, right now there's 4 times 3, there's 12. There's 4 levels and different numbers for each.
I understand that. So we'd have a 4th category. So now there would be 16.
No, right now there's 3 performance areas.
Right.
Number 1 is accreditation. Number 2 is pass rate on the SOLs. Number 3 is decreasing the number of vacancies.
Right.
And 4 would be SOLs again, but based on advanced pass rates.
And what percentage would we give that?
So I think we're right now 3 we have, I believe, are all equally weighted. So again, it'd just be equally weighted.
Equally weighted among the 4.
Yeah, unless you prefer something else.
We can pull that data and provide a draft.
And so that would be part of the 40%, but equally weighted, right?
Yeah, but I'll bring up a point in that though. Like last year when we did the rating, for whatever reason, our SOL scores were not very good, and it didn't really negatively affect the overall rating that much. So it's a little bit concerning that it didn't have more of an effect. I mean, because it is almost like it didn't matter.
Well, that's one of the reasons I put at least the rate of improving. That one.
Yeah, that only makes it better.
Yeah, exactly.
So I mean, my concern is that the SOLs were not good, and it didn't really seem to affect.
You want to add this? No, I agree with you. We get more and more complicated with this, but it's okay.
True.
I don't
know
disagree.
the exact way to solve that. I wondered, when we were down below, it's talking about the rating. Like, I think he basically assigned a 4 to exemplary, 3 to proficient, 2 to developing, and 1 to unacceptable. So maybe a better way to do that is an acceptable is 0 rather than 1. Just a thought. I mean, I don't know. Probably different.
I can look at that. Well, why don't you do this, Dr. Boyd, since Mr. Rolls is really under this a little bit, why don't you do that data? And Mr. Rolls, if you don't mind looking at it, you don't have to come up, we'll come up with it as a board, but just look at the way he's going to, break it down. And then maybe you could we can work out the percentages here, but you can look at the first pass before it comes to the board. Dr. Boyd will send it to you. Is that all right? No, I'm complimenting you for, thinking about all this, and so follow it through a little bit more, because I need to be sure it's clear, because I have to be the one to figure all this out, okay?
Yes, you are going to be.
I mean, I'll just say in passing that I was originally thinking that we would roll this into performance number 2 just for the SOLs, but when Dr. Boyd mentioned making it a 4th thing, that actually sounds easier, because I don't know, it would get super complicated somehow.
Yeah, let's put
do
it, I
pass
agree.
rates.
Yeah, let's
and-
make it because you start SOLs and this, no, it's too confusing. I agree, let's do it a 4th thing. All right, have we thoroughly confused the rest of the board? Okay, I think, but you
But I-
understand it, Dr. Boyd?
I understand it.
And send it to Mr. Rolls and also me. And then we'll present it at the next board meeting, but we're gonna have to pass it at the next board meeting because we have to use it. Okay?
I apologize, I just noticed something new this time.
What?
So for under number 3 for performance, the vacancies, if you look at under C and D, developing needs improvement versus unacceptable.
Yeah.
The numbers for King George decreased the number of uncertified teachers by 10%. It's the same for both, so you can't have the same measure for both. Otherwise, how do you distinguish between the two?
Yeah.
So I would just say maybe make C for the uncertified teachers, make it greater than or equal to 5%, and then for unacceptable, it'll be less than 5%.
Yeah.
Do 5 and 10 there.
No, greater or less than 5% is what he's saying.
So for C, it'd be greater than or equal to 5%, and then for D, it'd be less than 5%. So the dividing line is 5%.
You see what he's saying, Dr. Boyd? Sort of.
5% on C for the second line.
Yeah, it should say greater than or equal to 5%. Yes, for
Greater than or equal to 5% under II. And then under unacceptable,
be less than 5%.
less than 5%. That would be DII, less than 5%.
Okay.
All right, thank you. That's good. Okay, so next time, if board members, if you get a chance before the meeting, look at this because of the time schedule and having to evaluate Dr. Boyd, we really need to pass this because the SOL scores did come in, correct?
Yeah, they've come in. And we'll have an accreditation. I think it might be next meeting. I'll double check, but we'll get the accreditation results from.
We'll get all the
this stuff
accreditation
coming.
results at the next meeting, along with fixing or making these changes. All right. So we're not going to vote on anything regarding to that. Obviously, keep those current things that are there, make these other changes. There's no sense in approving anything now. So we'll put it all together at the next meeting, if that's okay with the rest of the board.
Who is going to have to approve the changes? I know that sounds like a silly question.
All of
but if
us.
Matt made the motion, will he be the one that has to?
No, he didn't make a motion. And Matt just simply wanted to add some other changes. So we'll look at it all together at the next meeting,
Okay,
Ms. Davis, and then we'll make the decision.
okay.
All right. Next is the selection procedures from the school library. Dr. Boyd.
Yes, so we have in your packet, you'll see the selection procedures for school library. We looked at this document last time. We had some feedback from the board members, and we have some additional revisions that we've made to this document. We do have Ms. Drinks and Ms. Clark here this evening to answer any questions that you guys may have. I can tell you that just after our last board meeting, myself, Dr. Wright, our instructional team, and all of our school librarians spent a good part of a work day working through this document and working through a number of other things that are related to the book issue, and really are just looking for some feedback from the board on whether or not this is acceptable or what suggestions you may have moving forward. And as I said, Mrs. Drinks and Ms. Clark are here if you have questions.
Board members, questions? I have some, but I'll wait.
Yeah.
The rest of the board.
So it's obvious that there were updates to the last 2 sections. Were there updates other than those?
Can you say that again, Mr. Wills?
I see that there were updates made to the weeding deselection section as well as public review. Were there other changes besides those?
There was also additions made under the criteria for selection.
You mind summarizing?
Yes. Specifically, excuse me, number 5 includes more detail. So for number 5, in selecting materials, library media specialists will evaluate available resources and curriculum needs and will consult reputable, professionally prepared aides and other appropriate sources for review of purchased materials. That was original, but added to that is King George County School librarians use Tidal Wave to access professional reviews through book lists, school library journal, and Kirkus reviews, and consider other resources as needed. So that was expanded.
So you want to tell them what Tidal Wave is? They might not know.
Yes. Our online card catalog is through Destiny Follett, and Tidal Wave is the program that catalogs the books. And so we are able to access it through our card catalog. And when we look up a title through Tidal Wave, it pulls up all the information about the publication, links all of the professional reviews to it, if it's part of a series, other books by that author. So it gives us all the background information in one location versus us having to search out those individual reviews from different locations.
Other questions? Go ahead, Ms. Hoover.
I was just hoping that it would reference somehow cross-reference policy IIA in conjunction with the sexually explicit material that we don't necessarily want selected. But I'm not sure where we would incorporate that or if it's inferred somewhere and I'm missing it.
So a bullet referencing whether or not it's sexually explicit, or
I'm not sure how we would say that, but I'm sure we don't want that in the libraries in general. So, I mean, the public has spoken, so.
Dr. Boyd. Oh, go ahead.
We already discussed, sorry, in the criteria for selection number 2, library materials shall be appropriate for the subject area and the age, emotional development, ability level, learning style, and social development of the students for whom the materials are selected. You feel like
I'm not adding something to there, or is that suffice? Or?
So what you're saying is that that's where this the sexually inappropriate material would be under that number 2.
Considering the age of the student, emotional development.
Okay.
In a sense, I guess the IIA, we were saying that no sexually explicit materials for instructional materials, and that says that library books are also instructional materials. But yeah, I think it would be helpful just to have that explicitly state here as well, or reference it.
So for reference, because me and Mrs. Hoover talked about it, like I looked at Stafford counties, I looked at surrounding counties policies versus the instructional materials, and they reference that the books would be selected in accordance of following the guidelines of their policy for selective materials, which ours is IIA.
So in the
Because I
practice,
feel like this
is
is
a practice document. So in the practice document, you want.
Okay, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
Did you hear that?
Yes.
Okay.
So reference that we will make selection in accordance with policy IIA, something to that respect.
So I hate, because I know how much work you guys have been doing into this, and I appreciate that effort you're putting into, or you're doing more. I feel like towards what maybe you're not getting credit for, but I feel like this is kind of open to kind of how it already is. Meaning what has been, when I read the reviews on some of what the comments of the committee's reviews on these books, it felt more opinionated than factual against our policy, is how I felt like. Saying, one of them said something like, well, this is no worse than how our kids are already talking. Oh, I don't care about that. There are also kids smoking, and doing drugs, but that doesn't mean we should accept it, right? So I just feel like if there's maybe more of a solid that it's hard because I feel like you guys maybe, what am I trying to say? It feels too open to still allow those same type of books. And what if y'all aren't here and there's the next one, another librarian comes in and she didn't go through everything that you guys went through to know, I guess, what we're looking forward to is being careful about those books.
If I can say something in regards to that, maybe is I think that the way that we have talked about instructional materials and referencing the IIA policy, and we've already kind of made that with library materials too. It's just simply make that near the same. In other words, referencing the policy, we did it with the instructional materials and we made that policy. Maybe just simply have a similar, because when you think about it, they do it anyway. Because really library materials can be used as instructional materials at any time. So just simply make a reference to that policy exactly the same way we did it in the instructional materials. In other words,
in these procedures.
yeah, under number 2. What is that? What?
Well, I think what Dr. Boyd is trying to say to us is these are just guidelines of how they're going to do it. It's not the policy. This is just the practice of it.
Well, we want them to match, but we want the right stuff in the right places. Is what you're saying.
You're saying this is the practice. This is what it looks like.
This will be the practice
and everything according to our policy.
According to our policy, but I think what I'm hearing you say, Mr. Bush, is in number 2.
Just make it match what we have.
Reference it. Put a reference to, selection will be, in adherence to policy, IIA or something to that nature.
Which they do anyway. But, maybe it doesn't need to be said, but considering everything that's gone on in the community, it'd probably be helpful.
Okay. We can specifically reference the policy in the procedures so that it's not open to interpretation.
All right.
Thank you. That is what I was trying to say. Thank you.
I had a second comment. One of the things that's gone around a lot, and I'm not sure, this is maybe a little vague, but one of the things that we commonly hear is at what age appropriate levels. And I know that it's kind of like any organization that you use that determines the age appropriate. You can have it all the way from, from 6th grade to 12th grade. Where in the policy do you kind of help determine the age appropriate levels of things, whether it has to do with the sexually explicit materials or violence or whatever? In other words, what agencies do we use? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And you don't have to write anything with this. I'm just wondering, when you consider what age level the book is good for, what do you use? What research? What criteria?
And while they're looking at it, the list that they have available online right now too,
right?
I was going to say has a ton of information. I wish I could pull it up, but it basically has the publisher's grade recommendation, right? And then it has the grade recommendations for 4 different review sites. Is that correct? Am I saying that correctly?
Yeah, the professional reviews can be anywhere between 2 or 3 up to 12 or 15 for a more popular title.
So what do you kind of depend on? You take an average of those, or does that make sense?
We do the median age, and then
Okay.
we take into account the individual reviews and the information that we glean from those.
Okay, so it's like the author, these 4 agencies, and you kind of put all that together and take a medium age. All right.
As a starting point.
So for that, while we're on this topic about the age, because I heard somebody, I don't remember who said it at a meeting, it wasn't you or you, Ms. Clark, but that they use the youngest age possible, that's allowed. Like if you have 4 reviews and some say 12 to 13 and others say 13, 14, what age do you choose out of those, or how do you develop that?
That's what they were just saying.
An average.
Yeah, we use an average.
And that's like what we do, like that's consistent.
For us, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, like it's your, okay.
Yeah, I think that was the consensus of the librarians when we met.
Yeah,
That seemed to be
I hear what yeah, they don't depend on
One
the
lady
youngest.
said the way to do it, and I was just going off her expertise of how, I don't remember who it was, to be honest. And she said we're supposed to go by the youngest.
We couldn't go by the youngest, honestly. If you look at an elementary school library, they can't go by the youngest student that they serve and have an entire library that's appropriate just for kindergartners.
Yeah, you're right.
We have students 11 to 14. We had several 15-year-olds last year. So that's why we look at the median. So when we look at that, we're looking for the middle of the road age of student that we're serving.
That's good. That's good that you do that. You don't do the oldest or the youngest. You take the medium based on a lot of different resources.
Well, so I'll comment on number 6. It says, when selecting titles using professional reviews, the average recommended age range of students will be considered.
Yeah.
I don't really want us to be beholden to some national review service. I mean, this is King George. We don't have to be like everybody else. I mean, you can, based on what, once you pick an average, you can come up with probably a lot of different ages. So I don't know exactly how to word it, but really it ought to be sensitive to, you know, our community and what the community, King George finds appropriate. Not necessarily just national.
That would be hard. How would the librarian determine that? That's a very good point. I'm not disagreeing with you at all. But how would the librarians determine that? In other words, what they're doing is taking an average. What you're saying is they need to take into consideration where we live here in King George. Very good point.
Know your community, right? And I mean, and if
But how would
if they don't, then that's then where I guess the public review part comes to better. Prefer to not have to rely on the public review portion. So that's just my big picture desire about how to word that.
Well, how would they, not only how to word it, how would it be done? How do you determine what the community wants?
Well, they talk to parents in school, and you get a sense for that just being around
Okay.
people.
Okay, so dependent upon the parents communicating with the library or complaints that might be there, is that what you're saying?
The dangerous thing with that, though, Matt, is you're taking a risk of it being at the lowest age. That's what the community says.
But we're not talking about. No one has a problem like, well, there's fifth grade reading level difficulty books that kindergartners are saying, okay, so they're too hard for them to read. They don't. Who cares? No one's bothered by that.
Sorry, say it again.
Talk about the example of elementary school and like that. There's going to be fifth grader books that kindergartners have access to.
They
Well, if
don't.
they're
They don't
books
have
that are just
access.
too hard to read, nobody cares. That's fine. No one cares about that. It's about if the content's inappropriate.
They don't have access to it, though. Their books are have to have parents' permission to rent those books out.
What books are you talking about?
Any sexually explicit books.
Fifth grade?
He was just talking in general about reading abilities.
I think what you're looking for is
He said kindergartners have a
community feedback, right? And I think the process that we have right now for selection is that 2 weeks prior to any purchase of books, we are going to publish the list of all the books that the librarians intend to purchase with all of that information that was just displayed up there. And again, everybody has the opportunity to go and do their own research. But we also have a form where we're soliciting information back from really everyone in the community, not a select group of folks in the community. Anyone that wants to engage in the book purchases will have an opportunity to provide feedback through that form. It's really transparent, it's really open, it's really inclusive of our entire community. I think the bullet about the national review sites is there's quality to that. But to your point, Mr. Rolls, I think this process of allowing community feedback through this form is also going to give the community, our citizens in King George, an opportunity to weigh in on the books as well. I think that's what the point you were trying to make.
Well, no, I would say more the public feedback. That's the review. That's a backup. I would not want to make citizens feel like they have to spend all their time looking at all these books. If they want to have a policy where they look at that and like, yeah, that's good, and we just expect librarians to follow it, and for the public not to find things that they think are inconsistent with it because they're not there. So
He's basically, I think, he's saying is he wants assurance that this is really going to happen, I guess, because as much as we're getting feedback from one side, we're getting it just as much from another side. And so where's the reassurance? For instance, we're saying ages, but there's a lot of ones that use 9th through 12th grade. And as you know, that's been a huge controversy in our past appeal, was that it's saying 9th through 12th grade, and we have it in middle school, which is not 9th grade. So how do we, what does that look like?
Well, that's where we come into using the averages. So we have no books at the middle school level that every review for them says grades 9 through 12.
Right.
Because that wouldn't be appropriate for the middle school. But when we have a book that comes back with 5 or 6 reviews, and 2 of them say grades 9 through 12, a couple of them include grade 7, a couple of them include ages 13 to 17, that's when we dig through the reviews, that's when we look through the book, that's when we look at other sources in order to make that determination. So when there's that kind of a gray area, that's where we're going to use our other resources in order to be able to come up with our final decision.
And with that, if you don't have to answer this, but just so that the public knows, what does it look like if it is a controversial, sexually explicit, or a violent? What does that process look like now?
Would be the same.
Oh, hold on. Like, basically, you guys would determine if it's, and then you would put it in the closet, right? In a locked box, and then parents' permission.
Yeah, I think
Is
we
that
need to
right?
remember that we're talking about 9 books at the middle school that were found to be sexually explicit, and we have a collection of 9,000. So the majority of our collection, using this procedure, has worked well to be able to find age-appropriate books for the students. So I would say even more so, we're following our procedures to the T to make sure that our books are very appropriate for a middle school audience.
So I'm glad to hear that. The issue, and I just want to say, is that we're getting books sent to us that are printed and sent to us that are showing to be not kind of, but pretty raunchy. And so are you saying they're not all 35 of the books aren't there? Or you're not aware?
We've recently received almost 70 titles, and 3 of them were for the middle school.
Yeah, most of them were from the high school.
Okay, thank you.
And we reviewed those 3. They had been previously reviewed, and so we reviewed those 3 again.
You know, I'm kind of curious. Are other librarians going through what you're going through in the other divisions? Do you hear this a lot, or is it just you don't hear it so much?
No, we hear from other librarians they are not going through what we're going through.
Okay. Did they have? I'm assuming that most of the other librarians kind of use similar ways of selection that we're using here. Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty standard.
Okay. All right. These are good questions and good
Yeah.
answers. Thank you. But any other questions?
Yes, not questions, comments. I think this thing is really open to interpretation, really. The weeding process is very vague. I don't really understand it. You're talking about down here, and general fiction titles that have not circulated for 5 years will be considered first. You know, not circulated for 5 years, what does that mean? How many times is it checked out? You know, if it's only checked out once a year, and it's checked out, you know, I mean, that's just very vague and I don't understand it.
Non-circulated would be circulated 0 times. No checkouts at all.
Okay. So, but what number are we going to get to when we say if it's only been checked out twice, we're going to remove it? Or if it's only been checked out once? This is not what that says. It says not circulated for 5 years. That means not checked out any in 5 years?
That they would be considered first. And then the paragraph under there states that fiction materials will be removed from the collection 10 years after copyright date unless other factors apply.
Okay.
And that would include the circulation numbers.
Okay. You know,
I can tell you a comment to your point that came out of the meeting with the librarians, and it's a much bigger issue here, and it's real, is that we don't have a lot of kids checking out a lot of books right now. So when we were talking about weeding out, I mean, there's books, and I think they did a good job. It means more to them because this is their document to work off of. So I even had the question when we talked about the different sections and stuff, but there's certain sections of the library where books haven't been checked out in multiple years. If we were to begin to weed out books based on a specific number of years, we might have empty libraries. And that's a bigger issue right now, but that's why it was really difficult to nail down a specific date where we were going to say, checked out this many times in this many years, and therefore we would take it out. Because quite frankly, across the country right now, circulation numbers are not what they were 20, 30 years ago.
Also,
how much money do we spend a year ordering books, library books?
I don't have that number off the top of my head, but it's a decent amount of money.
And the other thing that, you know, we had at our last meeting, we had the community that was there, and we said, I know I said, that one of the things we should do was maybe have a library committee. But I don't see that here in this anywhere. I mean, there's got to be a better approval process somewhere along the line. If there was, we wouldn't be in this position right now where this has been going on for almost a year now. And it has divided our community, and we need to fix it sooner rather than later.
But I hear you. The problem is with a committee, are we ever going to get all of the stakeholders from every part of the community, the committee would end up being 20 or 25 people if you got every single stakeholder from every part. It would be difficult to choose a committee that would involve I'm just saying committees have a place. I'm not so sure it would be here though, because no matter what committee you chose, it would be difficult to represent every aspect of our community.
Caroline, I looked at Caroline's process, and Caroline has like 8, Caroline County, Virginia, 8 people on a committee.
We just went through 5 committees that have much less than 20, 25 people.
Well, I just threw that out.
Yeah, I understand that, but it doesn't take that many people.
Right.
If you need a school board member on there, I volunteer to be on it, you know?
Every, all the counties surrounding us have committees as well. I checked that.
So what's, I guess, a better, we can take the board's suggestion on that. And I guess what I asked at the last meeting, and I'll ask again, is what is the vision of this committee? What's the composition of the committee? What is the desire of the committee? Right now, I mean, we're putting out every single book to every individual in our community. I'm going to assume the desire is to take that list of books and run it through this committee that I guess we determine who's on that committee, and they do a similar process as to what we're doing with the community right now.
I would say we do what Dr. Wright was talking about earlier with, with the attendance, and we talk with the other communities around us and see what they're doing. She's already checked with Caroline and looked at their policy, and they have one.
Well, that's similar to, I'm familiar with what it is, and I'm familiar with what we used to have here. If that's the desire of the board, I mean, we can look at that type of option. I'm just, to be honest with you, I struggle with the composition of the committee. And I also, and not that I'm, we pushed every single book out. If we want to take every single book and just run it through a committee, we can do that. I think what I struggle with a little bit is how those meetings are going to run and how effective we are going to be at working through those book titles.
I think
quarterly, whenever these committees meet, but we can certainly do that.
I think one of your, if I can say something, I think one of the points in this is what I think you're trying to make is that since we are offering an opportunity for everyone in King George to look at the books that have been ordered, why wouldn't those who would be concerned about the kinds of books be reading that and give their suggestions? I know they're not the ones ordering the books, but they're still going to have that input. I worry really, Mr. Frank, I would agree with you if somehow we had a community that was, but we have so many, the composition of that committee would be so controversial.
The problem is, you guys, I don't know if any of y'all have been to my issue is that I don't know if any of y'all spoken to the conservative side of King George?
Yes.
Because we're in this position, because there were books in the schools, not saying whose fault, because we can't blame it all on one person, how these books got in. And with saying this, I believe you guys are working with us, and I appreciate that. Even if it's even if you don't like it, you're still willing to work with us. So I have to give credit where credit is due. But we're getting a lot of pressure from 70% of King George saying, how are we going to make sure these books aren't coming back in? And they're blaming them, but I don't think it was just them or whatever. I don't know. How are we going to prevent them from coming back, being in the same boat, and us coming for the board again?
Let's hear from.
Wait a minute.
I'm sorry. You're still.
Well, I would like it answered.
Yeah. Well, it's our decision, not, we're supposed to talk about that.
I am. That's what he's against the committee. I'm explaining why maybe it's like.
Okay, I haven't spoken for quite some time, if I could, yeah. Yeah,
My-
so, well, yeah, in general, public review. So the question is, how are we going to do public review? Is it going to be like something like this, or is it going to be a committee? So I read this and had some concerns. Talked about book purchases will be processed quarterly. Well, they can you be even more precise? It's like at the end of the quarter, because people have lives, have other things to do than to be constantly checking the library site to see what's being ordered. It needs to be something that's predictable and regular and easy to do. With the committee, it makes it very obvious. Okay, this is your job. We're going to run this list by you. Do you approve or do you disapprove? And people, they can vote on individual ones. And so it's just very straightforward. With this, it's much more haphazard, and it's, unless we really get more detailed.
It's tied to report
Well,
cards.
excuse me, I'm just, so, in here, it talks about, book purchase in the middle school and high school. That's one minor point is that made earlier that it should be elementary school as well. I wouldn't limit to just that. So as long as we talk about purchases and it's very clear, then that would help. But then this is posted 15 days prior, but again, it's like, if we're just relying on people to randomly dedicate themselves to this, it needs to be easy. So 15 days, having to jump in that window to see it, it has to be very, very clearly defined. I don't know what extent we expect people to just jump up and do that. I mean, maybe they will. The committee makes it much more clear. But yeah, that's more structure too.
The committee, the one that we had before.
I'm not sure. It
Good
was
question.
well before. I think Mr. Frank said he remembered it many, many years ago.
So we haven't had one in a long time?
No, we haven't. Not to my knowledge, since I've been in King George. That's 10+ years.
I want to be sure we hear from all the board members. Ms. Hoover, do you have any comments?
No comment.
And as I've said before, currently for Smoot, each of the board of supervisors appoints 2 people to the committee there to run that library. We can just do something similar here. Not that complicated, I don't think.
So, Mr. Rolls, you're in favor of the possibility of a committee. That's what I'm hearing.
Right, unless this got quite a bit reformed. So, what's the general sentiment? I think a committee is straightforward. This could maybe work, but it has to be tidied up some.
So,
some of the things that I said there. Does anybody else share those same concerns, or are you general?
Well, are you saying that if we just maybe change some wording that you'd be comfortable with not having a committee? Did you say that?
Well, if we weren't going to have a committee, it'd have to be much more precise about exactly how the review works, so it's easier to do. So people aren't just like, well, I got to check this every 15 days to make sure I don't miss it. Yeah.
Mr. Frank, we haven't heard from you much.
I just think we need to get, I want to move on. There's a lot bigger fish to fry for a lot of people. For a lot of people, there aren't. But, I mean, we need to get to dealing with stuff for students instead of worrying about politics and who's liberal and who's conservative and take care of stuff for students. I think the best way and the easiest way to do that is for a committee. And how we make that committee up, I don't know. I haven't looked at any of the surrounding counties and what they're doing, but I think it's worth a try to do that so that we can put this behind us.
All right, I'm hearing several things. One is that, which we hadn't even talked about, if you already started ordering, where does this ordering occur? Beginning year, end of year, all year, quarterly?
All year, but yes, now we're doing it just quarterly
Okay.
tied to the report cards.
Have you already had one recently?
No.
So you're waiting on some of this right now?
We figured we'd wait 2 weeks from the time that we approved this process.
Okay. Well, it sounds like listening to Mr. Frank and Ms. Davis and possibly Mr. Rolls, would it be possible for you to contact maybe at least 2 or 3 other local divisions, and especially about this committee thing, the librarians there?
Since you guys are the librarians and what does that look like for other schools that have it?
You said they use the same
committees?
Most other, like Stafford and Spotsy, some larger counties, they have library supervisors. So the individual schools would send their book list to the purchasing librarian, who then would process the orders. We don't have that at our level.
Okay, but what about schools that have committees? Or how do you guys feel about a committee? Or is that a wrong question to ask?
Oh, it's fine.
Like, do you support that, or would it be helpful or not helpful to your job?
I think we would find a huge time delay in ordering. We have students who are very anxious to get the next book in a series or a new release. I think waiting for a committee to do what they can already do online is going to delay that to the point where a decrease in circulation is just going to go farther down.
Would it be possible, this is a board question, is that maybe we approve this with the caveat that you might be checking with some other local divisions especially those that might be using committees, and see how they do that.
Well, I don't think you need to approve this, but if there's recommendations that you guys would like us to consider in terms of revision, i.e. the committee.
I guess what I'm saying is, approval is not the right word, for them to go ahead, whatever ordering you need to do, to go ahead with that, because I'm afraid of, especially kids waiting for books, those are the very ones we want to be reading. But at the same time, if you could come back possibly by then, continue the process that you're already starting and using here, but then go ahead and check with some other divisions that are nearby that might have committees and how they're using them, and then report that next time.
So we're able to do that. I'll be attending a meeting on September 19th through VASL, which is Virginia Association of School Librarians. And the people who attend those meetings are the librarian supervisors for each of the areas around the whole state of Virginia. So this is something that I could submit for the agenda so that it can be a topic of conversation and I can report back that information.
How does that sound, board members?
Thank you.
Does that sound acceptable?
Yeah, we can approve this, I feel, or I don't know, I mean,
I don't know if this is an approval. This is,
not approve it, but, you don't have to approve the committee thing, obviously.
You don't have to approve it, right? I think what we're
I hear what you're
worried about a little bit is so right now, in the interim, what we've tried to do to make sure that everyone's aware of where we are with ordering is Ms. Higgins had the list pulled up there earlier. I think the librarians have done really an amazing job of are you able to quickly pull that list up again? Is right now, following our meeting 2 weeks ago, we created the system where the middle school publishes the list of books that they would like to purchase. And that the name of the list is on the book is on the left-hand side. And if you click on any one of those, it takes you to more information. But you can see the author's name, the intended audience, the publisher. This is what I was talking about earlier. The 4 different professional reviews that have grade level recommendations, and then the reason for purchasing it on the far right-hand side. So you'll see stuff like, adding an extra copy, replacing a lost copy, things of that nature. We have a system set up right now where anyone that wants to review this list can fill out a form and provide feedback on any one of these titles. Dr. Wright, do you know right now, I'm sorry to put you on the spot, do you know right now how many responses we've roughly received on this list? I want to say when I last checked, it was, when you last talked to me about it, it was 4 or 5 maybe. Yeah, 4 or 5. The desire was to, in order to allow the librarians to purchase books, we were going to post this list, solicit feedback for 15 days, and make decisions based on that feedback, and then allow the librarians to make their first book purchase of the year.
that's what I'd like to suggest, if the board agrees, to let them do that, but then at the same time, go to the meeting and find out about these committee, because we have some, you can hear that the committee idea, we want to hear more about it and may go to that, but we would like to hear from other divisions, especially from the librarians there. So how does that sound, board? Is to let them go ahead so we don't have to delay the process of ordering books, but still they'll come back at the next board meeting and report about committees.
You have a question, if you don't.
Well, how, does that sound somewhat okay?
That sounds okay, especially if you look at most of the reasons, at least on this first page, is just replacing damaged copies. They're already in it sounds fine
I agree.
temporarily for this quarter.
Does that sound good to the board? So you'll come back in a couple of weeks and then report on committees. Are you saying, is that list out for the public to see? Yeah, it is. Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah. And so you're looking at the complaints and there's been 4 or 5? Which is 5 of them? Okay. 5 comments. And you've looked at those 5? You haven't seen them yet?
They go to Dr. Wright.
Okay. Well, it'd be good, I think, obviously to send them to the librarians.
We'll be
Do you want to share? Do you want him to share the comments now?
Board, do you want him to share the comments, the 5 comments that have been made about the list so far? Do you want to hear the comments that have been made? Okay, Mr. Frank said yes. I know this takes time, but this is important to the community, so. Yeah, but don't put any names, obviously, just read the comments.
I apologize to the librarians for not giving them access to this data. So we have five folks from the community that have responded. The first one was from a parent, guardian of current King George County Schools. Says, please stop these community feedback forms for books and just buy the books. The second one is from a community member. It says, I think the list looks great. It looks like what students want to read and will encourage them to do so. Thanks for curating a great list of books like you're taught to do for your profession. The third one is from a parent / guardian of a current King George County School student. Says, stop the censorship across the county. We are in the 21st century. Parents are the ones who make the decision for our children. Allow the school superintendent and the librarians to do their dang jobs and quit wasting everyone's time with this nonsense. The next one's from a parent guardian of a current King George County School student. It says, I trust the educational professionals and have the education, training, experience to choose the books for the students of King George County. The next one is from a community member of King George. It lists specific books to all the boys I've loved. One second. To all the boys I've loved before. I think that's the only book. I think. Yep. This book is sexually explicit and therefore not a good use of taxpayer dollars. This book was already complained about in August. The American Library Association says it's for grades 9 to 12. See the attached link. Plugged in says readability age range is 16 and up. See the attached image. Those are all of the statements.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wright. Yeah, I think it would be good for the librarians to read those and any ones that come in. So then you could obviously look at them, and there's been one complaint and the rest were.
That was forwarded to us by Dr. Boyd.
Oh, that one was? Okay.
Yes. So we reviewed the book and was found not to be sexually explicit. So they did share with us information that needed to be reviewed.
Did they? Oh, I see. Okay. Just not all the rest of those.
Correct.
I see. All right. Thank you. Okay. Is everybody all right with them ordering these? But then,
You said it was found to not be sexually explicit?
That's correct.
Are you allowed to share the title?
he did.
All the boys I've loved before. Is
It's the
bottom
bottom-
one there.
the bottom
Grades
one.
7 through 10. Grades
All the
9
boys
through
I've loved
12,
before.
Age 14 to 18, age 12 and up, grade 7 and up. There was nothing explicit.
So I would say, give it the 2 week, would you say the 2 week period? So when, it-
From today, because.
Yes,
this
from
is
today. It's been posted longer than that, but
Oh.
we were planning on giving it 2 weeks from today because of
your
talking with you.
adoption.
and then I guess you have to consider other feedback you get right before, okay. I'm okay with that.
Okay. So go ahead and order the books as you said, but still we'd like to hear about the committee. So at the next board meeting, if you could report back about that. And I think unless the board disagrees, Dr. Wright, I think even positive or negative comments, just be sure the librarian sees them all. No, that's fine. That's fine. All right, and we need to move on unless there's. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Rolls.
Right, well, so on there, so that's one thing that's lacking for the public review is, okay, so you get this feedback, what do you do with it? She's like, oh, okay, great, gee whiz. I mean, or is it, KLB, it's an appeal process. We're gonna treat it like that and hold the purchase until it's adjudicated? Probably something like that needs to be in there.
Say it one more time. Say it one more time, Mr. Rolls.
This mic seems worse today for some reason, but Yes, that's lacking from the public review process. It needs to say, well, what happens if you get feedback? Because for KLB right now, for challenging books in the library, there's an appeal process. So I would think for this, if there's a challenge, then you probably hold off until that's adjudicated because they would go through the same kind of review.
Just that one book, hold off like we would with.
Are you saying what happens if people give a comment about it? Like, when do you determine that enough comments have come in to have before you purchase the book or not?
And you're saying to pull
Just
those
asking,
books
what
and
does it
have
look
like a
like?
committee for those books?
He's
I'm
asking,
trying to
what
envision-
does it look like?
I mean, and it's not addressed. It needs to be addressed.
I hear you. So I just want to make sure I have the vision of moving forward. If there's one that has a comment that is questionable, then we would hold off on ordering that, run it through potentially a committee. And
Right now we have the KLB, so I would just say, you know, if it's, you put something here like if it's not, there's a whole appeal process. If it's not appealed within 5 days, then you may just assume that they accepted the decision. But if they appeal it, then it's still on hold until it runs its course with the appeal process.
So just run it through KLB.
Well, that's what we have right now. So that's I would say.
Okay, what's the feeling of the board? Do you understand what Mr. Rolls is saying? He's saying that if there is a book like this one that was mentioned, that you run it through the KLB process, and which would allow for a possible appeal.
And just that needs to be spelled out more clearly in the procedure going forward too.
That means it's what?
It needs to be cleared out, spelled out clearly here in the future.
So they should spell out what we just talked about as far as that if there's a book that is specifically a concern with that should be processed through the KLB policy.
Even if we haven't purchased it?
Well, to decide whether to purchase it.
He would say hold off on the purchase is what he'd say. Order all the rest of them, but hold off on the purchase of that book or those books.
Currently run it through KLB, but potentially run it through a committee.
What kind of separate? Yeah, so you're trying to do a stopgap right now. So yeah, so KLB for now, and I guess I think a committee probably is just the neatest way to do this going forward. But if we're going to do this for now, then let's at least go through KLB before just buying something that's been challenged.
So for right now, you're saying use the KLB policy, and then if we have a committee, we'll decide how that would be used.
Right.
In reference to this. Shoot, okay. Any other thoughts on this? All right, do you understand what Mr. Rolls is asking? He said with that one particular book, wait the 2 weeks, and then if there's a book that there's a concern with, run it through the KLB policy, but then order all the rest of the books. And then we will hear from you about the committee in a couple of weeks.
Yes, can I say, because I guess a big concern of mine was when we went through all the books that were challenged, everyone was, by Dr. Boyd, was considered sexually explicit, but you and whoever the high school principal and them said it wasn't, but then he deemed it was. And I think that's an issue. That's what some people are concerned about going forward with this. It's a legit concern, I feel, as a parent, but I want to say that I think with going forward, I don't know, like how is that clearly
How's that
different?
rectified? And I think it's rectified by being open and transparent and providing as much information as we can. And I still think we're going to I still believe we're going to struggle with, say this, and I know everybody always sits back in their seat, but the definition right now for sexually explicit still has some subjective terms in it, and it's from the state. I mean, so it's the valid definition. And I know we're venturing into other areas like implicit and even some other topics. I think right now sexually explicit is still a term that's difficult to nail down entirely, but I think that the more information that we push out, similar to this here, and really, I mean, I understand the value of the. I'm hearing you all. I understand the value of different perspectives. I understand the value of the committee. I'm also concerned because of what we've gone through in the last year, to be totally honest and frank with you, that it could be some very interesting committee meetings. And maybe interesting is not the right description of it. It could be some very contentious committee meetings. And I'm struggling with how to work through that. Right now, we have a situation where everyone can review the books. We can take the feedback. We can use that feedback to make decisions. Everyone has an equal and open opportunity to do so.
Dr. Boyd, we're not, I hear what you're saying, but again, there's been no decision to have a committee. We're going to wait and hear from them first.
Okay.
'Cause we may not have a committee at all.
No, he's pointing out what we already have in place. And I do know there was a parent that was concerned about these books. Her suggestion was can we at least be as transparent as possible and put a list on the website. And so we're doing that.
Right.
And if a parent is truly involved in their kid, they're going to pay attention to that stuff. But so I do like what we're doing and how we're moving forward. I'm just, because I am representing everyone as far as in schools, kids, parents in the community, I have to relay what's been said to me and asked that I feel are legit. But I'm happy with us working together, how we've been doing. I do feel like a committee possibly would have prevented us from being here in the first place. It would have stayed. Why not? I mean, and you wouldn't really know because we don't have one.
And take into consideration that if there is something questionable that we can't agree on, there's the process that, okay,
Correct.
Then a parent's going to be called. Your child wants to check this book out. Can they or can't they? And that's kind of one more stopgap to put in, in place.
So we're moving forward with the current process that they've been doing, which has been a lot of work. And then any complaint about a particular book, you'll run it through the KLB policy.
Sounds good.
All right.
Okay.
Let's move forward then. Is that clear, Ms. Drink? Others, what we're saying? And first of all, I want to thank you. Did you type all this up?
Well,
We both
together, but
Thank you. That is a lot of work. I just can't express, how much effort and time you put into this, and thank you for doing that.
Quick question. I'm sorry there.
All right, go ahead.
It's nothing bad. So the one that there's another list that was sent to us and it says like King George High School Library and then another one that just says library, but it has high school age level. It was in the email we got. I'll just forward it to Dr. Boyd and then he can clarify that question.
All right.
It was a list of books, I think, that are already on the website.
So this is a great discussion and a start. So by speaking about transparency, I think ultimately this does have to end up as like a regulation. So it's in the policy manual. It's out there for anybody who wants to see it.
Yes.
I think that's important.
Do you want to make all this that they've done a regulation?
Right. It could be used as the basis to, ultimately we need a regulation. So I think this would probably be a great start on that.
All right, so next time let's list their policy that they've written as a regulation, maybe with
This is a regulation.
those changes that they said they would make about that one referencing the 2A, and then any complaints runs through the KLB policy.
As far as forming committee, I just had a quick question or suggestion, if you will. Under our responsibility for selection, it says it's delegated to the professional library media specialist on staff through the superintendent and school administration. Is there a reason why any book that was up for question or concern couldn't be referred to Dr. Boyd for making that decision?
Yeah.
It is right now, right?
That's what KLB is.
That's what KLB says, yeah. No,
That's what it'll
that's
do.
what we're saying is yes.
She means other than doing a committee.
Oh, well, yeah, we're not making any decision about a committee, so just what you just read is what we will do.
And just you getting around other professionals that are involved, maybe getting an idea from them what their policies and maybe why not they don't have committees.
So right now they'll go to me.
Yeah.
So yes,
And then we're just seeking some feedback on committees in other schools.
no decisions have been made about a committee, but we do want to hear what you find out.
It gives us time to do our own research as well.
Yeah.
I don't
Okay,
think we're ready
let's
for
move
that.
on. We spent 30 minutes with
Thank
this.
you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
guys.
Thank you.
All right, next on the agenda is the regular agenda meeting format. I think this will be fairly quick. There is one thing, I've been reading it the last couple of times. But I was suggested actually by lawyers that what I'm saying about public comment, if you notice, this was a change from the first time that I read this, which was from some other divisions. And so right here, if we approve this, and then there's been another suggestion that Ms. Davis has made, which I think is good. But so one of the things on here, yeah, I'll tell you what you made a minute ago. One of the things on here is obviously the public comment, what I read, okay? We need to make this part of the policy, so then there's no question. It goes beyond me, and that means all the chairmen will read this from now on. I've been reading it. It's not that I was wrong, and that's what the lawyer said, but it's better to make it in policy that this is our agenda. There was another suggestion that was also made, as long as we're on this, and that was the student reps that are here, is rather than waiting till the end of our meeting, like it's going to be near 10 o'clock, is that right after the presentation, to allow the student reps to give their reports rather than waiting till the end.
Well, I'd like to ask them. So would you have liked to have left after the presentations, or has there been any value since the presentation?
Hearing what Mr. Olson is saying, we're asking you, we're looking at changing the agenda. So if you remember, right after the presentations that Ms. Rinko made, is then you would do your report, and then you could leave and wouldn't have to stay so late. But what do you think about that? You could stay if you wanted to. We're not saying you'd have to leave. But then, because it is late, you'd have school the next day, you'd be able to leave right after the presentations, and you give your report, and then you could leave. Well, you like that idea?
Be an option, right? Yeah.
Well, they could still stay.
You guys turn your mic on.
They run until 11:30, but
No, it won't. That's
So we'll just
most of the time I'll probably
put in there after presentation and note that it's flexible.
ran pretty late.
Saying put it after presentation.
what I'm
but
saying
note
is-
that it's flexible.
Yes, that'd be excellent. So we'll put this, if you would, Dr. Boyd, after presentations, reports by student representatives. And then you could even put, well, I mean, they could make it at the end if they wanted to. Just put it student presentations.
You mean comments?
Comments.
Student comments.
Sorry, presentation. Put it after presentations or student representative comments. Yes.
So I do have something to say about your blurb that you proposed.
Go ahead.
So it says the school board applies the following procedures to all speakers and does not discriminate based on the identity of the speaker, the content of the speech, or the viewpoint of the speaker. And it goes on to describe how we discriminate based on the content of speech. So I think maybe we should strike that part.
Strike the first sentence.
Just strike out the phrase "the content of the speech" because we do discriminate on the content of the speech. We list a bunch of things that we don't allow.
As the following does not discriminate.
Just scratch the content of the speech.
Right.
We're going to vote on that.
That's- Oh, well, go ahead. Can you discuss it now or you want to wait? Okay. All right. We can put this as an action item maybe at the next meeting or another discussion. Then first of all, put the thing about the student reps and then go ahead and make that change about does not discriminate.
I have a question.
Sure.
What we have action resulting from closed meeting way down at the bottom. Wouldn't that be like right after the closed meeting? Look at number 17.
Oh, that shouldn't be there.
Yeah, so that needs to be
I'm sorry.
fixed.
That's a mistake. You're right. Thank you. Number 17 shouldn't be there. That should be right after the returning to open session.
Should be up at number 11.
Should be number 11.
That's fine.
And then erase number 17. Well, everything would,
Move it. Yeah, just
everything would move down then.
So just to be clear, we made a motion to move student comment to after presentations.
We didn't make the motion yet, but
Okay, but we will, and we will include in that motion moving action resulting from closed meeting up to item 11.
correct.
And the motion will also include striking of the content of the speech from that,
Correct.
okay, that first sentence?
Yep.
Okay.
And did you want to still talk about more, Ms. Davis?
If it's going to be put in policy, I would like time to, I haven't really read it.
Okay, just make those changes then, and we'll put it at the next meeting
I
for
can
the
just add
final
it.
vote.
I can take the time to read it myself, and if I feel like we need to look at it, I'll talk to you first about it.
But we still need to hold
If
on.
we're not deciding today, it'll be action next time.
Say that again?
We're not gonna decide right now, it'll be an action next time. Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll make it an action item
An
next.
action item for the next
Oh,
meeting.
okay, thank you.
All right, let's move on. Okay, appeal process, appeal process, Mr. Rolls.
Okay, so is anybody tired of talking about books yet? Might be a common sentiment. So I think it's important that we have KLB. I mean, obviously, I feel like it's an important discussion to have all that, but at the same time, unless there's at least 2 board members that want to talk about it, I think there's no point. You know, we're just going to be spending a lot of time reading books, arguing about it, and not really deciding anything. So my suggestion that I made before, and it was turned down, but I think maybe now, maybe be more receptive to it, is that we add into KLB that unless at least 2 board members want to hear the appeal of the superintendent's decision on a book, then we don't hear it. Then the superintendent's decision stands. I'd save a lot of time, I think.
Okay, so you're recommending we change the KLB policy to add what you just said.
Right. Does that sound generally like something that we should bring back for action?
Well, why don't we look at that then? Do you understand what he's saying? Add that to the KLB policy about that an appeal will not be considered unless there's a majority of board members.
No, I said 2.
Or unless
My suggestion is 2.
adding to the KLB policy that the appeal will not be considered unless at least 2 board members approve it.
Add that to KLB and bring it back for review.
Yeah, just discussion for next time.
Well, can we discuss it now and then? I mean, is there that much to look at? I mean,
You understand what Mr.
no one likes the idea. We don't need to bring it back.
What he's saying, there's 2 things here. Number 1 is we can make the change right now and just simply make a motion to do it. Or if nobody likes it, then don't do it at all. Or we put it in there and have it for discussion for the next board meeting. One of the 3. Let me hear from the board members. Ms. Hoover first.
So we appeal lots of things, lots of decisions. It's not just regarding books, correct?
Well, KLB is
Book specific.
Oh,
is it only book?
No, instructional material.
KLB, yeah.
So to be clear, you're saying, and we decide that at a board meeting ahead of time? Like, how would we decide that?
Well, with just 2, the chair could basically just talk to people individually and figure it out.
And when the chair would receive an appeal, say the superintendent made a decision about whatever, the instructional materials, and then there's an appeal made about his decision, then it would come to the chair. Then as soon as it comes to me, then I would ask the rest of the board, here's the appeal, here's the decision that was made. Do you want to consider the appeal? And if at least 2 board members say yes, then we would go ahead in the next meeting, look at the appeal.
I mean, kind of similar to right now, we say that if a majority wants something on the agenda, it's going to be on there. I'm just lowering. So right now, it's like the way the KLB reads is if there's an appeal, you have to hear it no matter what. So it's a lower threshold than to get something else on the agenda, but it's a higher threshold than every single appeal that comes to the board.
It's a very dangerous ground to walk on, I feel like. You get a new board, different opinions, different views. I like it, but at the same time, what's going to determine?
I don't expect a decision today. I'm just like, is it worth considering to bring back next time? Is that question?
I think you brought this up before, and then we all were like, that would be considered good now, right? But is that opening a door that you don't want to open?
Tell you what, it sounds like we need to have the discussion. Why don't we put that in KLB? If you understand, Dr. Boyd and Ms. Goff, put that in KLB, and that'll be a discussion for the next board meeting.
I would say majority rather than just 2.
That can be part of the discussion. That's good. All right, let's go on. Religious exemptions. We just need to approve that, don't we? Or
You don't have to approve it, but last year you asked just to see them.
how many are there?
I think I counted 7, I want to say.
7? Okay, then just, have they been sent to us?
Yes, they're in your
They're
packet.
in the packet.
I'm sorry, they're in the packet.
They're in the private packet.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, they are. Okay, that's fine. So yes, and I'm sorry, I haven't seen them. There's no approval process needed though.
They were sent in an email.
And I apologize, because I was at the VA all day. All right, the calendar. I believe this was a request by Mr. Frank. Go ahead, Mr. Frank.
Yes, looking at the 200-day calendar that's in our package for teachers. For the elementary teachers, we have them only going a half day on the last Wednesday of each month, I think it is. Why can't we have secondary teachers also? We have elementary teachers going only a half day on the last Wednesday of each month. Why can't we move that and have the high school teachers do that also? Give them more time for, right now they have the PLC coming in, which is a professional learner community, professional learning community. I've done some research on that, and there's a lot of things out there, but however, and that's there for the high school. They could take the high school and the middle school, they could take that half day that the elementary school gets and take care of the PLCs at that time. Also, we have the high school, we have all teachers coming back the 2nd and 3rd of January for work days. Why don't we just give them that as part of Christmas break or the holiday break? If they need to come back to get their rooms ready, they can do that on their own, but it's not something that you know, is going to be required of them.
Any comments from the other board members?
I do want to add to this that Mr. Frank has been like working hard on this calendar and speaking with many of the teachers who have been studying it. So his advice that he's given has come from multiple other teachers or staff, and I was there some of the time.
Well, I mean, I know there's a lot of work goes into a calendar committee, so I got to think the things are the way they are for a reason. So I'd like to understand that.
They change them often, though. They change like
Well,
every
let's
year. They
hear
change
from-
Thanksgiving.
Hold on just a minute. Ms. Hoover, comments about the calendar? What Mr. Frank said.
My initial thought was, before I looked at this, that like having actually myself substituted all the schools as well, it seems like elementary teachers just don't get a break. But then when I looked at the actual time, instructional time, and minutes for lunch, I can see why it would be equal to also give them some extra time.
Well, my comment similar to what Mr. Rolls said is, you know, there's a calendar committee and that has stakeholders in there. And it's almost as if I was on the calendar committee and then we made all these changes, I would be like, well, why am I even on the committee? And the board just simply, you know, overrides everything I say. I understand, Mr. Frank, what you're saying, but there's so many considerations. I mean, there's transportation, there's differences between having been an elementary teacher and a high school teacher. I can tell you there's huge differences on preparing the classroom. When I was elementary teachers, I mean, my goodness, I would spend days getting the room ready. But when I was a high school teacher, I was more concerned about the subjects. I didn't have fancy things in the bulletin boards, but in elementary, you had to. I guess what I'm saying is there's so many different stakeholders in this, and I think the committee has a representation of most of those stakeholders. And I would just hate to see, even though I know that you've spoken to some high school teachers, many teachers, it's just that that's what the committee does. So I would just hate to see us override that. However, I think those kinds of suggestions to future committees, Mr. Frank, would be very valuable. And then maybe even making sure that, is there a board member that's on the committee there? I don't think there is.
No, there hasn't been.
I don't know whether that would be, I can see negatives and positives to that. But I would just hate to make some major changes like that in this middle of, or as the year's already started, when the calendar committee's already done so much work. Other thoughts?
I was going to tell you too, the board member's not on the committee because you guys are ultimately responsible for.
That was the negative part. You're right.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Frank.
The PLCs were not even a part of this when this calendar was developed. That's something that has been added in there. And for groups of teachers to meet during school hours, it means that you're going to have to find subs for their classrooms, for their classes. So this is actually going to save us money in the long run if we, just have the high school and the middle school off on Wednesday afternoons, just like the elementary schools are, because we're not paying for subs or having other teachers come in and sub doing their planning. That's theirs. It's taking things off their plate rather than adding it back on. And as far as the January the 2nd and the 3rd, if it's professional development days that is listed as that right now, but if a teacher wants to come in to set up their classroom, they're more than welcome to do so. If not, they can, be out of town at home. A young teacher be out of town at home until, the 4th, and then come back in instead of having to drive on New Year's Day to come back in to be at work on Thursday or a professional development day. Just a thought.
Dr. Boyd, didn't you say Stafford was looking at something like this? They're doing a 4-day week? I thought you mentioned there was a school locally.
Stafford. Actually, what we're going to do in this next calendar rendition is we're going to take a good look at the length of the instructional day. That's what I was referring to when I mentioned Stafford's.
Yeah, okay.
Stafford has much shorter instructional day right now than we have. Ours is stretched over many years. There's been terms like bank time and all of this other things that have really been there for well over a decade, I believe, maybe longer, Mr. Frank. And recently, Stafford changed their instructional day to be just the minimum, which is 5.5 hours of instruction and a 30-minute lunch. So their instructional day is like 6 hours long. So it's certainly something we're going to look at this year in the in our calendar committee. It's probably the top priority we're going to look at because right now, as we know, we're losing teachers. From an HR standpoint, we're losing teachers. They're making substantially more money in Stafford County, and they're working a shorter day. So we want to take a look at what that means in terms of instruction. Right now, we are well within our policy range. We far exceed 990 instructional hours. We do not go to school 180 days right now, but no school division around us is going 180 days anymore. That was really a policy the verbiage is still in the policy, but everyone knows that the floor there is 990 instructional hours. We well exceed that, right?
Comments about Mr. Frank's suggestion for making those changes to the calendar? And I think we've heard from most of the board members.
Sure. I'll go through each of them. I think, as you guys remember, well, we do go through the whole calendar committee, and going through the calendar committee, we try to figure out what I say every year when we go through this calendar committee is if you want to start at the first week of August and you want to end by Memorial Day, and you start taking out the holidays that we all know we celebrate, you'll start to find out very quickly there's very little variability in the school year calendar. Calendar committee does a good job of that every year. Right now, we're at 175 instructional days. What you see in that first table in your packet is the number of instructional days and the number of instructional hours. We're fine there. The 2 days after, I guess after winter break, yeah, those are not instructional days. So if the board was to make a consideration, I did ask our staff what they had planned on those days right now. I got a few things back. High school has a faculty meeting on January 2nd, January 3rd. There's a faculty advisory meeting, elementary school counselor meeting. All of those things right now are set up currently. Not that they can't move, but nevertheless, it empowers this conversation. Those aren't instructional days, so it doesn't worry me too much. I can understand the argument about the half days for high school teachers. I can tell you, high school teachers, what you can't see in the table is it's well known. I'm not saying anything that anybody doesn't know. They have much more planning time than our elementary school teachers do. And with the Virginia Literacy Act requirements, that's why we put those half days in for the elementary school. Now, Mr. Frank is right. the high school has an initiative to try to grow the professional learning communities and is trying to figure out how to borrow some of that time within the school day so that they can get together, talk about specific students, talk about data, and really drive their curriculum, which is a good thing. But to his point, it is taking some instructional time from our teachers right now. So it's a very good and valid point. The only other consideration I would be a little bit concerned about is on the secondary level, when we think about our different stakeholder groups and we think about our students, half days attendance is not good traditionally. So that I just, that worries me a little bit. So if you know, I know that's say again?
Not good how? Oh, so they don't.
Yeah, half days, the absentee rate is higher on a half day traditionally.
At the elementary, they're more likely.
But elementary, it's not always that way because they'll get on the bus, they'll come to school, parents will send them. They've got to go to work and everything else. The high school students traditionally half day is a high absentee rate. So that's a point of consideration. But those are my comments. I think the second and third is totally unintrusive to our students, unintrusive to our families. The half days, you lean into the other stakeholder groups. There's some things to be small things to be concerned with our students. I think it's great for our teachers because this PLC idea is one that needs some traction and needs some footing. It could provide that opportunity for our students. I'm afraid about the absentee rate. For our for our parents, if we think about that stakeholder group, the half days are for the elementary school kids right now. They're not for the high school kids. Some of our parents require our secondary parents or our secondary students to watch our elementary school kids. So that argument would lean in favor of allowing our high school teachers to have those half days as well. Does that argument make sense? Okay. All right. I don't know. Just some considerations.
One of those parents.
What's that?
I'm one of those parents.
Yeah, that you need your high school student to yeah. So that's certainly obviously a good argument. And I can tell you too, moving forward, I learned this lesson when we changed the Thanksgiving calendar a few years back. I think as early as we can make these changes, if we make changes, or if we could solidify them through the calendar committee, communicating this as early as possible to our community is very important. If we change this calendar, if it's perceived to be a late change, then we get some pushback on people not being able to adjust their schedules.
So what's the feeling of the board? So specifically, you're looking at, I know you said the 2nd and 3rd of January, and then half days.
Yes, the half days are the 4th Wednesday of each month.
And I don't see, well, sorry.
All right, yeah, let's hear from all the board members. Go ahead, Ms. Hoover.
Well, you were worried about, I guess, the committee getting upset that we changed, but
Not upset, just
why? Well, one big reason, especially for the Wednesdays, is we didn't know of this PLC when the calendar was made, right? So that's kind of a justification. And I don't personally see any problem with giving the teachers the 2nd and the 3rd off. So I would be in agreement with Mr. Frank.
Rolls.
That was a discussion I'm right now. I'm not really, didn't really know what we're even talking about. So I would just suggest putting off until next meeting to act.
Oh, you'd still like to consider it and put it as a discussion, but Dr. Boyd has a point. We need to make this decision pretty quick. But the next board meeting, I guess, would be okay. So it's okay with Ms. Hoover, but you also wouldn't mind waiting till the next meeting, Ms. Hoover? And you would like to think about it a little bit more and wait till the next meeting, Mr. Rolls? I know Mr. Frank's opinion. Ms. Davis?
My concern is, I love the half-day ideas because my only concern is the parents. How many parents are going to get upset because now they got to figure out childcare halfway through their workday? something that they're used to doing. But I know what some of the community members would say, well, that's the parent's job to figure that out. But that's my concern, like that part of it. Are we putting more of a burden on the parents? Which it's their job as parents to figure that out, not the teachers.
For the 2nd and the 3rd of January?
No. I think we should just approve that today, to be honest with you.
Well, the it's just the secondary, I mean, the elementary kids already have a half a day. So it's the secondary students.
It's
So,
only the high school then. He's saying to match the high school with what the elementary are doing to allow for this PLC.
Sorry, I was misunderstood. Yes, because high school people
But
can
it's
watch
actually not days
themselves.
off. It would,
Yeah, okay, I'm for it. I would be open to.
but the teachers would still be there. The
Yeah.
kids would have the day because they would do the PLC in the afternoon.
I move to make a motion.
Well,
You
we
would
have two people, well, we have two people that wanted to put it off until the next meeting so they could think about it some more.
Kathy, do you want to put it off? She's shaking her head no.
I was just, I understood Mr. Roll's concern. I mean, I would be ready to vote for it, but I understand Mr. Roll's concern.
I haven't spoken yet. I'm the last one. Mr. Frank, you want to do it now or Mr. Roll's opinion?
I see no reason to kick this can down the road. Do it now.
Ms. Davis?
Thanks.
Well, obviously it's 3-1 without even me voting. So, all right, do I have a motion? Let's make it real clear though, okay? Do I have a motion?
Yes, I make a motion that we change the calendar to give the secondary schools the last Wednesday in each month a half a day. Also,
Can we match it to those days there? I don't think it's always the
Gonna
last.
match it to the elementary days.
I
Why
think
don't
it's
you?
the October 14th. You see November 5th.
it should be the October 30th. That's what I've got here, right?
Oh, okay. Yes.
October 30th. There's nothing for November since there's Thanksgiving's there. There's nothing for December since there's a break there. The 29th of January, the 26th.
Yeah, hold on. They're right there. I think we missed
I think it's
September
the-
too.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
the
they're all-
yellow.
Yes, the
It's
yellow.
the yellow.
Just say match the elementary.
So there is a December the 11th, the 29th of January, the 26th of February, the 30th of April. Those would be the dates.
And
Also for January 2nd or 3rd, which is a professional development day now for teachers, to make that a holiday.
I have a second
Second.
discussion. I'm a little concerned. I haven't, obviously 3 people wanted to do it now. I hear the PLC thing I kind of like. The 2 days off, I guess I'm thinking about, because you're talking about for all the staff, the whole staff. Speaking in my past experience as an elementary teacher, if you were to give me, this is just me, if you were to give me a choice when I was teaching 5th grade, say one of those years, Mr. Bush, there's 2 days here that are in-service days. You can get your classroom ready. You can do this, this, and this, or you can have the 2 days off. I guarantee you I would take the 2 days off, okay? However, I would still say, man, I really do need to be in my classroom. It's not ready. I would probably take at least one of those 2 days off. And you would say, Mr. Frank, well, that's fine. That's up to me, right? Well, my point is that if you have a real conscientious, because a lot of people would say, no, I'm going to extend my vacation a little bit longer, and they'd get back and the classrooms wouldn't necessarily be ready. I know that's a judgment on teachers sometimes, but having been one for many years, I just know that can happen. That's one thing. And the second thing is just a little bit of a problem again with not the PLC. This is more about those 2 days in January. I don't have a problem with the yellow deals. I think that's fine. But the 2 days in January, I have a little bit of a problem with. But anyway, that's my only discussion. Any other?
Do you want to leave it to where if they want to come in, they can? Or
Well, of course, they can always do that.
because they can prep early, but I guess my confusion is how much changing in the classroom do they do over break?
Oh, my.
From Christmas to January?
Well,
A lot?
It's not as impactful probably for the second, for the high school. They're starting an entirely new semester with brand new classes, brand new
Oh,
students.
that's right, the block.
Yeah, so they're coming in on that first day back for your high school teachers on the 6th. They're walking into, it's the first day of school. It's all new classes, all new.
Ready to go. So they'd had to have gotten their classrooms ready before, in December, before they went on Christmas break.
they are adults and can decide whether they're responsible enough to get their classrooms done, or I don't know. We're trying to build morale because it's, we're losing teachers. And this is a cheap, well, I don't want to say cheap way because it costs us to do this. Is it paid? Holiday?
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't change.
Well, it doesn't change their salary, no.
Yeah, so it is an expense to consider.
Oh, okay. Any other comments or discussion? All right, I need a vote. There has been a motion and a second that we take the PLC days for the high school to be the same as the elementary, which is shown in yellow there, which the dates were already identified by Mr. Frank, and then also 2 days off on January 2nd and 3rd of 2025. So we'll take the individual vote. We'll start with Ms. Hoover, yay or nay?
Yay.
Mr. Rolls?
Yay.
Mr. Frank?
Yay.
Ms. Davis?
Yay.
Well, I'm going to be a bad guy and I'm going to vote nay. It doesn't matter, but it's just that, again, the comments I've already made. Motion passes. All right, those days are off, and then also the PLC days. So I am happy for the teachers, though. All right, let's move on. You get all that, Dr. Boyd? Okay. All right, we're moving on to student enrollment.
Yeah, so I just wanted to publicly bring to the board's attention our student enrollment numbers as of August 28th. This is an important time in the calendar. This is after the school year started, and we allow 10 days for no-shows. We settle everyone that's transferred out, everyone that's transferred in. And once the dust is settled and the school year is underway, what you'll see there is enrollment numbers across the division. So I think it's important to mention that this school year, compared to last school year, we have 11 additional high school students. That's 11 more than we had last year. We have 42 additional middle school students this year over last year. We have 37 less students at King George Elementary School, although that's really rather beneficial because we moved our preschool over there. So they lost 37 students in enrollment, but gained 110 preschool students. At Potomac Elementary School, we're up 26 students from last year. And at Sealston Elementary School, we were up 34 students from last year. So across the division, we are up 76 students from last school year. So that's a decent, in one school year for King George County, you can start to see that as we grow, it's beginning to have that exponential curve. We are up 76 students just over one school year. It's important to note when we're talking about the need for a school and those conversations.
Correct.
Just wanted to bring that to the board's attention.
Any questions or comments on this report? Thank you, Dr. Boyd.
Yes, Dr. Boyd, if you don't mind, please.
Yes, sir.
On the last paragraph there, it's got preschool and Head Start enrollment for 24, 25.
Yes, sir.
We got Head Start with 26, and then we got a group together, VPI, ECSE, peer models, and speech service. Can you break those down? Can you break that 84 down? I mean, how many students are there under VPI?
Okay.
And how many are, special, early childhood special education?
I'll send that to the board in an email.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? All right, let's move on. Mr. Rolls, you want to talk about the budget from related to the meeting we had and the joint meeting? And
Right, there was a motion there to go back and look at the budget situation in August to see about maybe getting some more of the money that we had hoped to have for our budget that we lost on account of that. I guess you call it a accounting error, about $1 million short. So, Dr. Boyd, if you wouldn't mind just saying that.
Yes, I certainly can update the board on that. So if you remember, once we worked out the error in the budget, our budget request to the Board of Supervisors was $1.7 million. The Board of Supervisors at that joint meeting awarded the school board an additional $700,000. What that covered was the increase in costs and the salary increase, basically. What we did not receive in the budget request at that time, based on that allocation, was the additional staff positions we requested. And you remember the initiative we had to adjust the compression at step 6 in our pay scales. Neither one of those, the new positions or the compression, were satisfied in the last budget, which is a delta of about $1 million. If I think Mr. Sullins has asked for that a number of times. So the new positions in the last budget request were $718,000, and the compression step was $397,000, I believe. So at that work session, and again, I think this is where those minutes get a little muddled, there was talk about coming back to the Board of Supervisors in the fall, or August was mentioned at one time, to request our end of the year fund balance to carry over to this school year to make up for the shortfall in the budget request. In speaking with our financial secretary and the financial secretary in the county, that's Sherry Williams for us, Levita Cobb in the county, we need to wait until the audit is complete, which they're working on right now. It's, I think, in process. Once the audit is complete, that will give us the final fund balance that is remaining for King George County Schools. Once we know that sum, we will take that sum to the Board of Supervisors. The board will request, superintendent goes to the Board of Supervisors, request that sum along with the list of items that weren't satisfied in the budget. The point I made to you guys, or the point that's important to make now, is the items that were not satisfied in the budget were recurring costs. Staff positions are recurring costs. They're funds that are needed year over year. The compression step is going to be a cost that is recurring year over year. My concern is if we request our carryover funds, let's say it's $500,000, just a rough sum. That, I believe, is going to be a one-time lump sum to the school division that year. It's not going to increase our operating budget by $500,000. Meaning, I don't know that it would be wise to solicit new positions or adjust the compression step with that money at this point in time, if you follow me. It might be better to take a look at one-time expenses that we will have in our budget, request this coming year, or in this current budget request. Stuff like technology items, stuff like CIP projects that were not satisfied. Textbooks. This is a big adoption year for textbooks. We're looking at some different options there, but nevertheless, this year is our adoption year for math textbooks and English textbooks, probably our biggest adoption year for textbooks. So I just put that to the board this evening, that that's the process. That's where it sits right now. I'm certainly happy to go forward to the Board of Supervisors and request those funds. Hopefully I've made it clear as to, some of those recurring costs that we need to be very cautious and considerate of. And any feedback from the board would be appreciated on how we might want to go about requesting those funds and using those funds.
Also, I think my understanding of that meeting was that, we all realize it's kind of like an unfortunate situation where I think the Board of Supervisors was trying to help us out as much as possible. They gave us the $700,000 and they were going to try to give us more later. So I would have that conversation with them. I think very likely the reasonable thing would be to consider whatever additional money they give us to have been part of this fiscal year's budget, not so we can just treat it like that's a baseline now. We don't have to treat it like it's a one-time payment. So that's a discussion to have.
So I'm clear and I understand what you're saying. So whatever the fund balance is at the end of this year, request that they increase our operating budget by that amount?
I mean, they're going to give us however much of that they're going to give us. And then it's just a matter of the presentation for next year, whether we just treat that all as if it was awarded. I mean, in the end, it was all awarded for this fiscal year. So we can just say that is the baseline for this past fiscal year when we're comparing for what we're asking for next fiscal year. As long as they understand that.
That would be my point. This money in the first place, if we'd have filled all the positions, if we'd done everything, there wouldn't be much of a fund balance. If everything would have been filled and done, there wouldn't be much of a fund balance.
You're always going to have a fund.
There'd be some, but I'm talking about you know,
Better, yeah, or
I
or
understand.
we wear orange jumpsuits.
I understand, but still, a lot of that fund balance had to do with recurring costs that we didn't have because those positions weren't filled or whatever. What I'm saying is, so it's in a little bit of agreement with Mr. Rolls was saying. I hear what you're saying is I would like to see us present it to the Board of Supervisors that I don't know how much of a percentage, but definitely a percentage of this money was supposed to be for recurring costs that we did not use because we didn't fill certain positions. This was TC's point. And so if we say, okay, we may use these for recurring costs, but then you need to understand, Board of Supervisors, next year, this really is more of a baseline, like Mr. Rolls was saying. In other words, I'm just giving further explanation for Mr. Rolls' point, is it was budgeted in the first place for a portion of that, I don't know how much, maybe half of it, was for this recurring cost that we did not use because we didn't fill certain positions. So I'm agreeing with you. It's just that there's a reasoning to understand this wasn't just simply one-time things and we have this fund balance. These really were some of this recurring cost that wasn't part of a significant part of our budget.
So I think we're kind of saying the same thing in the sense that whatever the fund balance is from last fiscal year, add it to our current operating budget this year, and make sure that we request from the Board of Supervisors that this now becomes the budget allocation from the Board of Supervisors going forward. Because if that's the case, then we can explore recurring costs, and staff positions, the compression step, things of that nature. But if it's not, if it's just a one-time lump sum, then we're in a position where we have to use it for one-time expenses.
And then understanding, though, that this is where some of that fund balance came from in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Any other comments, Mr. Frank? Ms. Davis?
Yeah, I mean, I like where we're heading. I might have already spoke to a Board of Supervisors to kind of get it out there, because I forgot about that until I read your email, Matt. So good call out, or Mr. Rolls. But I think that one thing to bring up to the Board of Supervisors is that we did present them our original budget. It didn't change from this year just because we didn't get the money. So we hurt because we didn't get the money. So going forward, that last year's budget should be our operating budget that we put in without knowing the mistake. You see what I'm saying? Because we're also asking for a new school, a new preschool, and then we got to hire new teachers, and we're gonna extend our budget $1 million, and then we're also gonna ask for $57 million, not including staff and furniture.
All right, that's good. Thank you. Any more comments? All right, thank you, Dr. Boyd. Hopefully you got some marching orders there.
Yes.
All right.
And again, we're still waiting for it's all predicated on the audit.
On
the completion of the audit.
The audit, right. Okay, Dr. Boyd, superintendent's report. Or no, committee. I'm sorry. Committee reports.
I don't have any.
Ms. Davis?
No.
Mr. Rolls?
Oh, I understand our new CGS director is off and running, but no meetings until next month on that.
Super.
I don't have any.
I don't have any either. I believe the ATI, they canceled that meeting. So we didn't have a meeting. I wouldn't have been able to attend anyway. I was in Texas, but, all right. Next, superintendent's report.
Yeah, so I'm happy to report, we've covered a lot of stuff tonight, but we hadn't said that we have 10 staff members that are interested in pursuing the CDL for the bus driving.
Standing.
So we're moving forward with that. That's 12 now. It's up to 12. All right, we're up to 12 now. So that's wonderful. If we can, it's the same old story. We have buses, but we don't have bus drivers. So if we can do some creative things, then we should be able to provide a lot of opportunity for our students. So that's wonderful. If you guys hadn't had a chance, or if our community hasn't had a chance to see our September newsletter that was created by Ms. Higgins, it was a great, great newsletter showing a lot of wonderful things that's going on in our school division from every single school and across the division. So I would encourage everyone to really take a look at that. Great pictures, great verbiage as far as what's going on. I wanted to update the board. We did do I think it was last weekend, our preschool tours. Friday night, we had about 15 folks show up. I think Saturday we had maybe 25 folks interested in seeing both the preschool and the retired middle school. I think from all estimations right now, the from what I've gathered, the CIP was approved by the Board of Supervisors, but it was resent because there was another consideration for a Parks and Rec project. So I think it's kind of on the table right now. But I say that because I think the top priority in the CIP this year is to level the old middle school. It sounds like that's happening. But again, that's the final decision of the Board of Supervisors, but it sounds like that's happening. I want to remind the board that the Fall Festival is on October 12th, so put that on your calendars. Typically, it's your first time around, right? First time around. So what we'll do is I'll give you further detail when we get closer to it, but we set up in the back of my truck. I give you a ton, literally, almost literally, of candy. And as we work our way down Route 3, you will have a ton of kids basically asking for candy. And it's a good time. It's a great, you guys, I don't need to talk about
As long as it's not raining.
as long as it's not raining. Last year, it started pouring right when we jumped in the back of the truck, and I never knew how much kids love candy when I saw. I mean, it was pouring down, raining, and we were throwing candy, and the kids were making a dam on the curb so that they could catch the candy as it was working its way towards the gutter and eating it. So it was interesting. But anyways, October 12th is the Fall Festival. And as we get closer to it, I'll make sure you guys know when and where we're meeting. We typically meet at Smoot Library. I'll give you the times and all of that, but make sure it's on the calendar. And then finally, this year with Dr. Wright, our instructional staff, and our secondary principals, we've been doing learning walks, and they've been amazing. I mean, going into our schools and seeing our teachers teach is it's just so refreshing to see the great things that are going on in our schools and in our classrooms, and it really brings you back to why we're here doing these things. And it's just been a wonderful, wonderful experience. So I just wanted to make sure you guys knew that we're on top of things instructionally, and really there's a lot of wonderful things going on in our school division in terms of instruction. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and that's all I have for this evening.
All right, student rep, sorry, it's 10:25.
It's all right.
But we'll start with the middle school.
Okay, so a lot of what I have today is preparation for data collection over the next few months that I can present in future meetings. I brainstormed a little bit with Dr. Nice on Thursday for ideas. And the biggest thing we came up with was a Google form that would be sent out to the entire middle school, and it'd basically be a student survey, and they would rate their approval of different, like, like the phone policy and the bus policy, the new grading policy, like the 70% product, 30% process, and then under it would be a little space for comments or questions or anything they had. And it might be sent out monthly or whatever, and we would some of the questions would be the same each time, so we could track the approval, and other questions would be different as we find more things to track the progress of. So yeah, the three that we decided for the first Google form, which I'm not sure exactly when Dr. Nice plans to send it out, might be next week. Again, the phone policy, the bus policy, and how it's affected the dismissal policy at the middle school, and then the new grade weighting policy. I've begun reaching out to the sports coaches for the middle school, because I noticed Chad had some stuff about sports in his report last meeting, but they just started, so I don't have that much right now. But by the next meeting, I should have a little bit more on that. Though I will say, very recently, new lights have been installed on the girls' softball field, because previously they could not play after dark because they did not have working lights, which meant, to be fair, the the baseball field and the boys baseball also couldn't go late because it wouldn't be fair to the girls. But now both can, go later if they need to because now we have lights, so that's nice. The last thing I wanted to touch on was the middle school superintendent student advisory committee meeting we had on Friday. I think it was really productive. I think we talked a lot. I think it was like maybe a dozen or so kids. We had 6th, 7th, and 8th graders, and we talked about the phone policy. We talked about the bus policy, the lunch policy, because we've had this problem, especially in my grade in 8th grade, but just as all the grades had this problem. During lunch, these students will constantly be moving around. They're not allowed to, but they'll go table hopping to talk to all the different friends. And we want to give, because the majority of students don't have a problem. So we want to give the majority of students who are doing fine some freedom, but we can't just open seating to everybody because some people would abuse that and misuse it. And so the idea that I'm sure you all know we've come up with was the lunch pods, where we'd group 3 teachers would go into a pod and their students could sit together, and you could sit with anyone in your pod in the hopes that if you didn't have anyone you wanted to sit with in your class, there would at least be somebody in your pod that you would want to sit and talk with. I can't give too much on that right now because as of originally the plan was to activate the pods so we could move around between any of the 3 teachers right after the Labor Day break, but that didn't materialize. I'm not sure exactly why, but as of right now, we're still stuck at our 1 teacher. But hopefully, pretty soon, assuming we can, the grade can demonstrate that they, are appropriate enough and, have the ability to accept this without misusing it, we should hopefully move into the pod system shortly. And that's all I have for now.
Thank you very much.
All right, good evening. I'm Savannah Nelson. I'm the other student representative alongside with Chad. So to kick off the school year, starting on September 4th, we had our All-In Day. This was a really great experience. We had a phenomenal guest speaker come on in. We had great outdoor activities outside on the football field. This was a great way for all the students to interact with one another and get excited for the year. Further, our football team is doing great, as well as our other fall sports are off to a great start. This Friday, we have our first home football game, which everyone's super excited about. The theme will be camouflage, so you guys should come out, wear your best camouflage, and support our team. To address the hot topic about the phone policy, right now everyone's doing pretty well adjusting to this policy. It's still in the works. People are still trying to, get used to it, especially on a communication level, but it's going. We're figuring it out. Also, we have homecoming that's coming up on September 28th. Everyone's really excited about this. We'll be holding this at the high school. It's always a great time. Students are getting really pumped up, talking about their dresses, their plans. So that's really exciting to look forward to. Further, ROTC, we were super excited to be here with you all tonight and to share a little bit of our program with each of you. And in closing, I'm really excited and thankful to be a part of the board this year and serve alongside Chad. So thank you for your time, and I look forward to future meetings.
Thank you. Mr. Frank.
I just want to thank all the teachers and the staff for all they do out there. They do a tremendous job. Thank you.
Ms. Davis.
I put my step away. So I'm just going to keep it short. I just want to thank you, our new members on the board, our student representatives. You're doing great because this is your first year, right? And so you have, as far as public speaking, you have 2 bright examples of how great or who to follow in as far as your public speaking abilities. Like, I'm learning from them. So good job for being a good example to the younger ones coming up behind you. And thank you for having the courage to step up and be our student representative and coming tonight.
Ms. Hoover.
Thank you also to the student reps. You guys are doing a great job. And I wanted to thank Mrs. Davis and Mrs. Renko for their presentations because it's always wonderful to hear positive things that are going on in the school, and they're doing great things. One other thing is I got these 2 flyers at the YMCA last week, and I just thought I'd mention that there's a Help Build an Anti-Bullying Parade float opportunity this Saturday at the King George Learning Center from 1 to 2. And the King George Learning Center, I just learned, is down Route 3, where the driving school is and the kind of close to Shiloh Baptist Church.
That's the old Shiloh Elementary School.
I learned something new. And then there's also a second annual candlelight vigil on Friday, November 15th from 6 to 7 at Cedar Brooks Park. So I just thought I would promote those. And thank you, everyone.
Mr. Rolls.
Also welcome our student reps, and Savannah, thanks for coming and telling us about NJR ROTC. I'm always so impressed about the work you guys do, serve the community and the schools. It's really impressive that you do. It's really just, I think, a point of pride for King George, just how well you guys do. I already bragged on work-based learning a bit already, so that was really good. And then I do want to mention the CEP, the Community Eligibility Program. It's kind of a harder one, but I just got to share with you, I do have kind of an unsettled feeling about it because I definitely went before it if we were going to have to pay for it a bunch out of our local funds, which is what I thought it was going to be looking at the slides for coming here. And I know it's easy to think, well, it's free money. Of course, you got to take it, but it's not free money. And federal government took that money. And so on one side, I guess it's gone. So it makes sense to just compete to get as much of it back as we can for stuff like this. But an important thing to also share is that I think part of the goal here is to produce productive citizens who are ready to go out and be constructive, contribute to society, and also be self-reliant so they are not dependent on the government and they can hold the government accountable. And you can't really hold the government accountable if you're dependent on the government to feed you. It's really kind of undercuts you. And so it's a tough spot to be in, right? It's why federal spending just keeps growing out of control because everyone just wants the free money. And if you got to step back, look at it historically, you see LBJ with this great society. We're going to pay for make poverty go away, and what's happened? Really, food stamps have just soared since that. It's made more government dependence, and it's kind of creating a problem that we're never going to spend more money to solve the problem that we created. So that's a concern. So I don't have a great quick fix for that, but I mean that's just something I think we need to think about. It's not maybe so much of a no-brainer as we might be tempted to think. On a lighter note, I did enjoy having an extra week off between board meetings with the 5-weekend month in this past month. So what does a school board member do with his extra Monday? Well, okay, so this guy, I went and got some friends together and we watched an educational documentary, naturally, called God Bless Bitcoin. And it's excellent. So even if you don't care about Bitcoin, I mean, it's so good. It covers economics, history, civics, and it brings it all together, especially about how totalitarian governments tend to take root and the relationship with that with money. It's so good that I actually would love for all King George students to have seen it by the time they graduate from King George schools. I think that would be really a beneficial thing to our community. And in fact, I recommend it to all citizens to watch that documentary. Again, it's King George. I'm sorry, not King George. It's God Bless Bitcoin. It's available for free on YouTube. All these folks got together and donated their time and money to make it happen just because they believe in it so much. Some of the biggest names that you probably recognize that participated are RFK Jr. and Mark Cuban, and many others. So again, it's YouTube for free, and they have their own website too, godblessbitcoin.com, with probably lots of other options where you can see it. Okay, the next couple of things are ones that I cut out for time last meeting, but I'm gonna hit them this time. And ironically, I don't know if it was any earlier tonight than it was then, but I'm gonna just do it. So, so again, this is from last time. So I saw an article before last meeting that was about Title IX. That's a big deal for us in education, obviously. A lot of money comes through that, so it's good for us to track what's in the news there. And so what I read is that the Supreme Court, just before the last meeting, voted 5-4 to reject the Biden-Harris administration's emergency request to enforce the new Title IX protections that include transgender students, and particularly provisions that would allow biological men to access women's bathrooms and locker rooms in certain states. The rule, effective from August 1st, so over a month ago now, interprets discrimination on the basis of sex to include gender identity, which has been contested by more than 24 attorneys general, including our very own Jason Miyares here in Virginia. So that would have been a huge impact for us to deal with here and countrywide, really. Been scrambling to make sense of that. We haven't had to because of the injunction so far. And last meeting, I did talk briefly about separation of church and state, and in prepping for that, I did go back, and for the first time I read the letters between the Danbury Baptist Church and Thomas Jefferson, where that phrase comes from. And there's a line from that that's actually very much applicable to this Title IX topic, so I'm going to read that for you. It's striking just how very literate people were about the Constitution back then and what it meant and how to apply it to their lives and to stand up for it as well. And they wrote to Thomas Jefferson, "Sir, we are sensible that the President of the United States is not the national legislator, and also sensible that the national government cannot destroy the laws of each state." So I thought, well, someone should tell the Biden-Harris administration that it doesn't get to legislate by changing the meaning of words and laws to suit its preferences. In fact, Article 1, Section 1 of the Constitution, which is literally the very first thing after the preamble in the Constitution, so you can't miss it if you make any attempt to read the Constitution at all. It says that all legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in a Congress of the United States, not the President. So I guess those attorneys general did essentially inform the administration that it's overstepped its constitutional authority. But this is the same administration whose CDC unconstitutionally pushed masking on school buses, among other COVID-era constitutional violations, with the apparent attitude of, "Constitution be damned, we'll do what we want until the courts stop us." So here we go again. And some might think that's an appropriate political statement, but it's not. I don't oppose the administration's actions because of its political affiliation, but because it repeatedly and brazenly has violated the Constitution that we all have sworn an oath to. And so it's our duty to call such violations out. And luckily, we haven't been forced to take action on Title IX yet, but this is a worsening trend, and it's, for this board, I mean, we have to be ready to resist, be aware of this. The only thing stopping us now is the injunction, as I mentioned, from the federal court, and that's only temporary by nature. The COVID area abuses may have caught us all off guard, but there's no excuse not to be ready going forward. So insisting on the Constitution is the duty of all elected officials and all citizens, really, not the sole responsibility of the courts. For what it's worth, I would have very much liked to have called out the masking on school buses overreach earlier, but maneuvering on a previous board kept it off the agenda, so we weren't able to do that. And I skimmed the suit that Virginia joined against the federal government, and it notes as part of the argument that the Commonwealth of Virginia is a sovereign state. And to that I say amen. And the day we stop defending the sovereignty is the day that we lose it. And that would be a totally unacceptable outcome. And as far as educating the next generation, it's important that we realize that learning about the original content of the Constitution, it's a better student reps just left, but it's not just merely an academic exercise that we do for a grade on a test. It's vital information that we all need as the United States citizens to recognize and actively push back against constitutional encroachments that have been happening for over a century and growing exponentially worse in recent decades. It's important that we all wake up and defend our precious and vulnerable Constitution before it's too late. Without the people knowing of and honoring their Constitution, it's just an impotent piece of parchment. But we, the people, must know and defend it, or it has no meaning or power. So lastly, to this board, I say we must practice what we preach. Whether or not this board takes defending the Constitution seriously speaks much more loudly than what's taught in the classroom. So just say that as encouragement. And if that wasn't enough controversy for tonight, like I said, I had a couple more thoughts on separation of church and state, but I'm going to keep that fairly short and just to the point. So I think past board meetings have shown that we need some training on this topic. Several educators have even come and highlighted their confusion on the matter at some school board meetings. I'm not just concerned about that, but also the ones who don't speak up and or maybe are intimidated by so many Supreme Court rulings that they don't know what to do, and it's just understandable to be uneasy and just unsure about what's appropriate and what's not, and then just unnecessarily self-censor. So because who wants to really go through all those court cases to try to make sense of them? So I'd like to emphasize that you do not lose your religious freedom simply by walking into a public school. But there are things you have to keep in mind. It's actually a much less restrictive environment than most people imagine. Some training has been provided, so I'm grateful for that. If anyone continues to have questions and concerns, please push those up to the principals and the superintendent as needed to get them answered. Despite my concerns about the constitutionality of the Department of Education, they've actually put out really good guidance on this topic, much easier to read than a bunch of court opinions. And there's some commercially available training on it too, if more was needed or desired. I understand we're going to be putting some links up on the school website to easily get to those resources, and I encourage all employees to take advantage of them. So bottom line is there's no need to feel uneasy or uncertain about this topic since there are good resources really available to answer them, your typical questions. And so the final thing I have to hit is that, to put it mildly, last meeting's vote about the inappropriate books in the middle school was disappointing to me and many others, but it was also a catalyst to me to think about the fact that we each only have so much time on this earth, so we must use it judiciously as possible, where we can do the most good. There's no shortage of battles to pick these days. So a man simply must pick where he needs to choose and choose well. I doubt that if someone were appointed in my place on this board for the last year or so of my term, that it'd make much difference, if any, to the outcome of significant votes. Also, a key commitment I made in my campaign literature was to guard students' hearts and minds. The book appeals were the most direct test of my sincerity about that. On my literature, I also reference a quote from the most banned book of all time. And by banned, I mean possessing that book could get you imprisoned or killed in some countries. I don't mean banned like it's just not available for free in any library that you might want to go to. So the quote in that literature was from Matthew chapter 18, verse 6. I won't read it, but look it up. It describes in terrifying terms what will happen to those who mislead or corrupt children. Like I said, it's terrifying. It's something I don't even want to mess with at all. I even play around the edges of that. So taking all that together, I feel compelled to resign from the King George School Board effective 1 week from today at noon. If anyone is disappointed by that or thinks that I'm quitting simply because I lost a 4-1 or 3-2 vote, look, I've lost lots of votes. That's not why. So I've already given my reasons, but I want to emphasize that I believe in never stopping to fight for what's right. And I encourage everyone to never grow weary of doing good. But sometimes doing that most good requires a new battle or a change in tactics. For some, it might be right for them to mercilessly press the attack. For me, it's time to pivot to a different theater, at least for a season. Nevertheless, don't expect me to completely disappear from school board meetings. I just won't be sitting up here anymore. So to everyone who spoke up about this important issue and about this insidious threat to the kids in our community, I want to encourage you that your efforts were not in vain. You made more of an impact than perhaps you can tell that you have. It's been an honor to serve on this board for nearly 3 years. It's been wonderful getting to see many things that the King George schools do well and are hardworking and caring folks that make that all happen. Thanks for what you do. It's been amazing to work with you. I count each school board member as a personal friend. And so I'm sorry and I thank you for that friendship, and I'm sorry for any heartache or trouble this might cause. Maybe so bold, I ask that in considering my replacement that you respect the will of the James Monroe voters who decided to elect me by choosing someone in line with the principles and values that I campaigned on, that I represent on this board to the extent that you can. You generally know what those are, but I will list just a couple. Please select someone who is knowledgeable about the Constitution, who will unapologetically insist on supporting and defending it. I think picking a veteran would help with that. Second, as a lifelong learner, I do love education, but not having a professional background in education, I think, in fact, has been invaluable to bring that outside perspective on things. As just some diversity on the board. So there, of course, is a lot more, but I think you know, and ultimately the choice is yours. And so I'll leave it at that, except to again ask that you respect the will of the James Monroe voters that elected me. I'd like to leave you with the final thought that also from the most banned book of all time, that's been banned because of its power, is feared by tyrants the world over. It's from Philippians chapter 4, verse 8. Reads, finally, brothers, whatever is true, whatever is honorable, whatever is just, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is commendable, if there's anything is excellent, if anything is worthy of praise, think about these things. I pray that we make that the focus of King George education. That's all I have.
Well, Mr. Rolls, I'm sorry to hear that. It's definitely unexpected. Well, I don't have a whole lot to say after all that, except that I really appreciated your attendance on this board, and you're going to be sorely missed. Yeah, I respect your decision, but I'm disappointed by it. Sorry to hear that. And we will do our best to appoint someone who is has some of the things that you recommended. Thank you. Wanted to thank the student reps for their job well done, and then also the presentations that were made. It's already been mentioned several times. Might also mention that in the two books that we've been talking about, that's been quite controversial, is that the board did receive all the appeals, and the board did read all of the related literature, whether it's from the appeal who made that, those were all read by the board members, or whether it was from the administrators, from Dr. Boyd. I did not read all those publicly, but the board member had read all of the materials. Also, thank the board for this evening. Sorry that we've run so late, but appreciate it. And again, it's a little depressing to end based on Mr. Roll's decision. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
I move that we adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.